Chapter 927. The official lost his patience. Or rather, he could not be bothered to waste any patience on this woman who had no background and was now being looked at strangely by everyone around her. He raised his right arm and slapped her hard across the face. A crisp slap sounded. Rosie covered her red cheeks and cried painfully, "Please let me go. I really don't know anything. My daughter is still very young. She will be scared if she waits for me at home alone." Even if a little imperial brat starves to death at home, probably no neighbors will call the police, and no one will be kind enough to enter through the window to take a look. The official slowly raised his eyebrows and expressed his sympathy with a sigh. As he sighed, it was as if a picture of a sick and weak little girl lying in a damp blanket appeared. In the end, she turned into a withered corpse. The eyes of the short corpse were deeply sunken, and some unknown worm was crawling in and out of them. Rosie clearly knew that this scene was impossible, but she was still provoked to the brink of insanity by the other party's seemingly sympathetic, but incomparably vicious words. Her voice trembled as she muttered, "Impossible, impossible. She can find her own food at 7 years old." A long silence to let the fear fester was a very common and effective interrogation technique. The official calmly looked at the woman who had lost control of her mind. He slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear like a demon, "You want to see your lovely daughter? You want to go home and take care of your sick daughter? You want to make a bowl of hot food for her? You need to seriously recall if your husband, you met this person a few years ago." The printed photo was placed on the table in front of Rosie. The photo was clearly taken by a surveillance camera. It was a bit blurry, but it was still possible to tell that it was from a banquet. The exact date and time were written on the bottom right corner. In the photo, a certain officer who exuded a sinister aura from head to toe was brushing shoulders with Yu, who was wearing a captain's uniform. Their heads were slightly tilted down. Perhaps it was unintentional, but it could also be interpreted as them whispering something. Rosie stared at the man in the photo, trying hard to recognize him. She noticed that although he was wearing a military uniform, there was no epaulette. I really don't know this man. Think about it carefully." The official put his arm around her trembling shoulders, smiled slightly, and gently said, "It was the autumn of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, the inauguration banquet of the director of the 1st Military Region's electronics branch. The man who was talking to your husband was working in the branch at that time. And after the banquet, he came to your house and gave you a precious pearl necklace as your wedding gift. Do you remember?" The waitress, Rosie, could vaguely guess what the officials wanted to do. She was a kind woman, and she felt cold all over. She really did not want to follow the orders of the officials and frame a man she did not know. However, the whole night of interrogation had pushed her to the brink of a mental breakdown. Her longing for her daughter and her greatest fear made it impossible for her to say anything to object. She could only nod dumbly and mumble in a trembling voice, "There is no pearl necklace at home. This can naturally be found in your house. But what is this man's name?" "His name is Li Xiaotong." The official silently looked at the woman, neurotically repeating the name that was so unfamiliar to him just now. He knew that this matter was finally settled, and his mood suddenly relaxed. He smiled and rubbed the space between his eyebrows and ordered his subordinates, "Arrange for the witness to take a bath, put on some light makeup, and then make a formal statement." In the eyes of many colleagues and students, Qian Chengtong was a very outstanding person. He was admitted to Yue University with the 7th highest score in Li Mingzhou's joint examination, and then he became a professional researcher. Because of his excellent grades, he was specially recruited by the principal to be an associate professor, and his future was bright. However, with the appearance of a post in Yue University's forum, his excellent reputation was covered with a thick layer of dust. Whether he was looking for information in the campus library's H section, eating in the porridge shop under the girls' dormitory in the plum garden, or even in a daze by the Rose River, he could feel the strange gazes behind him, hear the mocking comments, and even vicious curses. Because of that post that was pinned to the top, it used unquestionable evidence to expose that when he was in high school, he started receiving funding from the Xiao Shu Foundation. The Xiao Shu Foundation was a very respected, large foundation in the past Federation. However, with the start of the liquidation of the 7 great families by the Federation's government, under the deliberate instigation of countless news media, everyone knew that the Xiao Shu Foundation was backed by the Tai family. They confirmed that this foundation waived checks, bribed outstanding people from all walks of life, and infiltrated the government, large enterprises, and even the military. It was a complete and utter conspiracy. Even Zhou Yu, whom Du Shaoqing admired greatly, was almost quarantined and investigated by the government because he received funding from the Xiao Shu Foundation. Moreover, Qian Chengtong was only an ordinary associate professor in Yue University. He did not know that the principal could help him deal with the investigation by the government, but he could not prevent many people in the university from treating him as a lackey of the 7 great families. Qian Chengtong had heard a lot of dirty words and seen a lot of different kinds of provocations. He had been silently enduring it alone. Occasionally, he would use his fingertips to push up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He would stare blankly at the other party and then leave with his body bent. Today, after class, Associate Professor Qian Chengtong was surrounded by more than 10 agitated students. Among them, a seemingly weak male student pushed him violently against the wall and said fiercely, "Qian Chengtong, your attitude is very dishonest. Do you think that by remaining silent you can make us forget about the filth on your body? Don't forget that you are spending the money of the 7 great families. And this money is all from the poor people at the bottom of the Federation. Your degree, your position as associate professor, and even the clothes you are wearing are all stained with blood." Qian Chengtong pushed up his glasses and stood silently against the wall. He did not say anything to defend himself, nor did he admit that he had committed any unforgivable crimes. A more gentle student advised, "Professor Qian, as long as you are willing to participate in the meeting tonight and use your personal experience to expose the dark secrets of the Xiao Shu Foundation and tell the students who are still deceived what kind of sinister intentions those big families have, we are willing to accept you back into the right life and admit that you are an excellent lecturer." Qian Chengtong looked at the honest male student outside the crowd and recognized that he had once taught his engineering principles class. He smiled slightly to express his gratitude and trust, but still did not open his mouth to accept the request of these students. The silence angered the students, especially a female student who was staring at him stubbornly with her thin lips pursed. She excitedly reprimanded, "Qian Chengtong, don't you know what kind of bastards those big families are? They have been secretly controlling the Federation for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They also want to control you and me, who are free. They are like demons in the night. What is the Xiao Shu Foundation funding you for? You have to tell us honestly. The big boss behind this evil foundation is the bloody queen of the Tai family. Do you know how many wild horses she has raised in the back mountain of Macho? How much beef does she eat every day? How many accomplices does she have in the government? How many justice lawyers and prosecutors have been secretly persecuted by her? That woman actually dares to threaten the government with the crystal mine and even wants to interfere in this just war." The agitated female student spoke until her voice was hoarse, blue veins popping out, and even had an inexplicable crying tone. She pursed her thin lips and shouted, "You still don't admit your mistake." Qian Chengtong looked at this face that was distorted because of excitement, anger, and grief. He pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and smiled. The agitated female student was called Lynn Chire. She was a famous campus movement leader at the Rose River School and a fanatical supporter of President Pabre. She was quite pretty, and 2 years ago she had written a love letter to him. But Qian Chengtong did not like her. It had nothing to do with the relationship between a teacher and a student. It had nothing to do with her delicate appearance. He did not like the overly passionate emotions in her love letter. He did not like the aura between her eyebrows. He did not like her neurotic narcissistic smile from time to time. In short, he just did not like her. So he rejected her. After that, Lynn Chire participated in the election for the president of the student council, but failed. She also failed in the election for the president of the Department of Student Council. Until the last year, she became more and more excited at various gatherings on campus. She seemed to have suddenly found a stage for her to shine, and instantly became a so-called influential figure. Qian Chengtong quietly looked at her fanatical performance and remembered the equally fanatical words in the love letter. He could not help but smile and say, "I won't admit my mistake." When the students who were besieging him heard him speak, they became a little quieter. Qian Chengtong pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, looked at the students, and said softly, "I don't know who the bloody queen is that student Lin is talking about. As for those accusations, they should be completed by the judicial authorities, not by newspaper reporters." After a pause, he continued calmly, "If student Lin is referring to Lady Tai, I have to say that I have never seen a big shot like Lady Tai. Yes, I did accept funding from the Xiao Shu Foundation, and I signed an agreement promising that after graduation, under the same conditions, I would have priority to work for the foundation." The students began to become restless. Associate Professor Qian Chengtong laughed at himself and said, "Why did you accept funding from the Xiao Shu Foundation? Of course, it's meaningless to say that I don't know the background of the foundation, but even if I knew that it was the foundation of the Tai family when I was in my 3rd year of high school, I would still accept it. Because I was very poor. I couldn't get into the free first military academy, and the 2nd and 3rd military academies were not in S1. I was so poor that I couldn't even afford the travel expenses, so I could only apply for Lihua University. The Federation's financial aid conditions for poor students in private schools are very strict. The courses I studied were too heavy, and there was no time for me to work and earn money, student loans and scholarships. I started to apply for them when I was in my 1st year of high school, but the loan never came, and the scholarships were taken away by students whose grades were not as good as mine for reasons that I didn't understand. Qian Chengtong looked at the snow hanging on the branches like pear blossoms and calmly said, "I wanted to study, and I had the ability to study well. At that time, only the Xiao Shu Foundation agreed to provide me with a long-term interest-free loan without asking for any reason, just looking at my grades. Only then did I dare to enter Lihua University." He retracted his gaze and looked at the students around him and asked, "If it were you guys, what would you choose?" Lin Chire was sensitive and saw pity and ridicule in his eyes. She didn't know why, but it was difficult for her to suppress the anger in her chest and abdomen. She screamed, "These are all excuses." With a slap, she slapped Qian Chengtong hard in the face. The sound was like a war drum. Some of the students who didn't know what to do turned the silence in their hearts into shame and anger, and angrily pushed Qian Chengtong to the ground. Someone took out a pot of dye from the classroom and poured it on him. Beat to death this unrepentant lackey of the 7 great families. Snow covered the earth in the late winter. The quiet and beautiful campus of Lihua University was occupied by chaos and fanaticism, and the students' slogans echoed between the corridors. "Down with the 7 great families. Long live President Pabre." On the last day of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar, the Northern Hemisphere was shrouded in snow. On this day, The Federation Post revealed the contents of the New Year's speech in the official residence in advance, as usual. Mr. President Pabre, who had completed the second year of his term of office, didn't seem to be affected by the silent march movement. He calmly, gently, and powerfully wrote an article, and once again used many parallelism sentences, successfully arousing the excitement of many Federation citizens. On this day, the silent march team led by Tai Ziyuan was forced to temporarily rest and reorganize in a gymnasium somewhere. This thin and weak young member of parliament stood in the warm office, looking at the road blocked by snow in the distance. He thought about the shocking news he had just received, and his delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if he wanted to see clearly what the next year's Federation would be like. In his New Year's speech, President Pabre requested all the Federation citizens to endure this period of economic depression in order to survive the several years of continuous space war. He would use unprecedented efforts to reduce the government's budget. Everyone had to make their own contributions and work together to overcome the difficulties. For the Federation's final victory, no one had the qualifications to enjoy special privileges. The Food and Drug Administration of the Federation was a department jointly managed by the government and the Bureau of Proclamation. It wasn't very famous in the Federation, but in fact, it held a lot of power. All food and drug regulations, including synthetic meat, had to be approved by this department. The former director of the Food and Drug Administration, after struggling for 2.5 years because of his close relationship with the Nanxiang family, was finally stripped of his position by the official residence because of a very inconspicuous mistake. The new director was Dr. Webb. This doctor was deeply trusted by President Pabre because he was responsible for treating Miss Padella. He also provided a lot of wisdom in the medical reform. So when he took over the position of director of the Food and Drug Administration, he was respected by his subordinates and didn't encounter any resistance at all. On the last day of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar, Director Webb went to Hong Kong to attend an important joint meeting in the snow. It seemed that he was destined to not spend the new year in his warm home. However, in the back seat of the bulletproof car, there was no unhappiness on his face, and there was a very subtle pride hidden in his calm wrinkles. The phone rang. After he picked it up, he didn't speak, just smiled. "Brother, I have entered the board of directors of the Federation Medical Association." Because of the existence of the Bureau of Proclamation, Director Webb couldn't intervene too deeply in the food industry, but the pharmaceutical industry, with an annual output of trillions of dollars, would provide him with a steady stream of remuneration from today on. When President Pabre was at his worst, there were only 3 staff members in the law firm. In addition to the president and his wife, there was also Descartes, who was expelled from the Faculty of Law of the Capital University. The young student who was in charge of miscellaneous jobs at that time finally became the most powerful official in the Federation's Ministry of Commerce 20 years later. On this day, Descartes, the chief assistant of the Federation's Ministry of Commerce, secretly flew to Bermuda. However, the welcoming ceremony at the Bermuda airport was so grand, with beautiful women and flowers lined up to greet him. It was believed that the real secret couldn't be kept, but Descartes didn't mind. The real secrets of officials were always in places that the public couldn't see. For example, that night at dinner, he received a huge check, so he forgot that the check was written by the most notorious arms smuggler in Bermuda. For example, the next morning, he pushed away the naked woman in his arms, opened the window, and saw the beautiful manor that belonged to him. He was so happy and satisfied that he didn't care how many bodies of Bermuda slaves were buried under the blooming roses in the manor. Because of the war, the Federation's economy stagnated and even had a hint of depression. Before the war, the experts who said that the war would lead to rapid technological and economic development in the Federation were now all silent. A worker in S2 Oak State looked at the meager salary in his pay card and could not help but sigh softly. He had joined the 3 major industrial unions, but he did not join the Silent March movement, nor did he join the other faction to support President Pavel. He only wanted to work honestly and diligently, and then earn some deserved rewards, and live a small life that was not rich but warm and fulfilling. However, with the price of goods rising so much, it seemed that there was no way to live a simple life. The orphans of East Lenaxi State's Gulu Street had long felt that their lives couldn't continue. Following the shortage of crystal mines and the lack of new mining disasters, most of the orphans grew up. The number of the youngest orphans was extremely small, so the government very simply and directly cut off the welfare subsidies. But even though the number of orphans was small, those orphans still wanted to live a better life. 2 13-year-old youths stared at the black market beef in a dark stall, continuously swallowing their saliva. They wanted to steal and rob, but the scars on their wrists constantly reminded them that those black market traffickers weren't much more loving than the government officials. In a certain mechanical farm settlement in S3, a grizzled-haired mother looked at the expensive high-quality apples. After hesitating for a long time, she bought a few and then returned home with her body bent over. A black and white photo hung on the wall of the home. In the photo, a young Federation soldier had a solemn expression, as if he was still alive to protect his hometown and his elderly mother. The mother placed 3 beautiful crystal-like apples in front of her son's portrait. Then, trembling, she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed the portrait. Then she sat back on the shabby sofa, crying silently. In the New Year's speech, President Pabre said that the Federation's greatest enemy now was the barbaric and cruel people of the Empire and the families hidden in the shadows. The greatest danger they faced was those sinister ideologies, such as capitulationism, conspiracy theories, and decadent aristocratic hedonism. In order to defeat those seemingly powerful enemies and achieve true democracy, freedom, and peace in the Federation, the people had to consciously prevent the invasion of these sinister ideologies from the root. Director Webb, who had just finished a meeting in Harbor City, sat tiredly on the luxurious leather sofa in the luxurious suite. After confirming that all the attendants had left, he took out a Cinefil pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Turning on the phone, the director changed into a silk pajama smuggled from the Empire. When the drug took effect, he put his hand under the pajama and began to fondle it through the smooth silk. His breath was getting heavier and heavier. As Mr. President's most trusted subordinate, Director Webb had always been very cautious. He would never let anyone catch him in any way when it came to the relationship between men and women. The screen on the wall was playing the thrilling female slave porn, which was enough for him to feel excited, because this was something that the Federation absolutely didn't have. Fortunately, the Empire had it. After a few seconds, the bureau chief let out a satisfied sigh and reluctantly turned off the television. He couldn't help but feel a little envious of the lives of the Empire's aristocrats. Other than silk, they had a lot more. If the Federation's troops were to invade Tianjin Planet, should he ask the president for a chance to become a special governor? The chief commercial assistant, Descartes, was enjoying a medium-rare steak. The Bermuda smuggler beside him said, "This is specially cooked according to Li Nguyen's taste. The sauce is excellent." Descartes pulled a white napkin and elegantly wiped his lips. He smiled and said, "Although our common goal is to destroy Lin Banshan, such artistic enjoyment must be preserved." Everything had to be sacrificed for the Federation. However, every time something big happened, the people who were sacrificed were always the most ordinary people who had no right to speak. What were they sacrificing for? Why were they sacrificing? Everything had to be for the Federation. There were no special privileges. However, before the 7 great families were defeated, A new special class had appeared in the Federation government. Everything had to be for the Federation. There was a need to resist erosion. However, the Federation government led by President Pabre no longer needed erosion. The officials he trusted, or had no choice but to trust, were already corrupted. The Secret Investigation Department relied on the authority granted by the Bureau of Proclamation, the Patriot Act passed by Parliament Hill, and the restrictions of the judicial system. They relied on their own will to arrest all kinds of suspects in various states and used the most effective methods to carry out cruel interrogations. The building in the Capital Special District was always brightly lit. The interrogations didn't stop every night. The red little eyes painted outside the iron gate for 3 years seemed to be shedding tears of blood because of exhaustion. They were professional, hard-working, and cruel. In the military camp in the southern suburbs of the Capital Special District, the Iron 7th Division and the 3 rapid anti-tank brigades from the garrison area that were called back from the front line canceled their New Year holiday. They were undergoing arduous training in the cold weather and snow, with riot shields and rubber bullets, as well as the silent steel mechas standing in the distance. The officers and soldiers were topless. They were breathing out hot, white steam as they struggled to get up in the cold snow in silence. They were solemn and brave, but they could also be cruel. With the arrival of the new year, hundreds of thousands of Pabre's supporters held grand rallies in various places to show their support for the New Year's speech. The people in the South jumped into the sea happily, swaying their hips and hips enthusiastically. The young students in the North chased each other in the schoolyard while giggling. Round snowballs bloomed on their bodies and walls from time to time, like the New Year's fireworks. They were innocent and lovely, but they could also be cruel. This was the Pabre doctrine. This was the fast knife that Chen Yijiang respected and supported. But who was holding this knife, and where was it going to cut? Chasing that faint shadow in the name of democracy. This was today's Federation, a federation that was completely different from President Pabre's New Year's speech, which made people feel painful and anxious. Chapter 9:28. As a witness representing the Samlin United Bank at this hearing, do you have anything to say about the 69 accusations? The magnificent space inside Parliament Hill was filled with a tense atmosphere. However, because of the confrontation of words and evidence, it was not cold. It was the complete opposite of the coldness of the slowly falling snow outside the building. There is no point in arguing against the accusation that was forcefully given. I represent the Samlin United Bank to express my anger and disappointment at today's hearing. At the banquet, Li Xiaotong was dressed in a black suit. Just like 3 years ago, he still exuded a cold aura of plum blossoms in the snow. The only difference between him and 3 years ago was that there were a few more fine lines between his eyebrows. The fine lines were not because of age, but because of fatigue. When the Federation government, under the leadership of Pabre, started the war with the 7 families, the difference was the traditional domain of the Li family. The Financial Accounting Act, the Open Fund Act, and the related Equity Exchange Act. Under the strong push of the Parble government, many bills were passed in the Parliament Hill. Then, the government used these bills to launch a fierce attack on the Li family. As the Li family's representative company in front of the Federation, the Samlin United Bank, which spanned across the galaxy, suffered the fiercest attack. Just because you don't argue doesn't mean that today's questioning is over. The chairman of the Financial Committee of the Federation Parliament, Senator Ning Zikai, looked coldly at Li Xiaotong and said, "For the past hundreds or even thousands of years, as the only shareholder of the Samlin United Bank, your family has deceived the relevant regulatory authorities and used mutual funds to change their names to avoid all antitrust investigations. You are truly shameless and bold to the extreme. The Charter's careful protection of citizens' privacy is based on the rights of the vulnerable, but It is definitely not a fig leaf for you financial oligarchs. In the past, you could use the privacy regulations in the Charter Act to refuse government supervision and investigation, but now, according to the Patriot Act, you can no longer use this protection. If by the 18th of January of the 76th year of the constitutional calendar, the Sandlin United Bank still fails to provide the relevant equity distribution report, the Parliament will agree to the request of the Federation government to send the Federation's audit office to the headquarters of the Sandlin United Bank. Hearing this warning or threat, the quiet Parliament Hill suddenly became lively. Members who supported the Lee family slammed the table angrily, expressing their indignation at the abuse of power by the government. Members who supported President Pabre waved their arms excitedly, expressing their support. The Patriot Act. Li Xiaotong raised his head with a gloomy expression. He looked at the senator above and replied in a deep voice, "If my memory is correct, Mr. Bob, the senior editor of the Capital Special District Daily News, has already submitted a petition to the Supreme Court of the Federation several months ago, requesting the court to declare the bill unconstitutional. Editor Bob is currently being detained by the Federation government. I would like to ask Mr. Senator, when will he be released? If he can't be released, the Supreme Court will not be able to proceed with the unconstitutional lawsuit. Then no one knows whether the Patriot Act will stand." Li Xiaotong stared at the wrinkles on Senator Ning's face and said mockingly, "The Federation government and the Parliament are using a bill that is highly likely to be unconstitutional to investigate the Sandlin United Bank, which has supported the Federation's financial system for thousands of years. Don't you think this is ridiculous?" Without waiting for an answer, he turned to all the senators, raised the document in his hand, and asked sternly, "The 69th accusation states that the Sandlin United Bank provided a large amount of financial assistance to the 4th Military Region without the approval of the government, which is a serious violation of relevant regulations. What is the meaning of this? For the sake of the soldiers fighting in the front line, the Sandlin United Bank donated a large amount of money to support the troops to replace the new equipment. What's the problem?" Li Xiaotong threw away the accusation in his hand angrily. The thick, high-quality fiber paper fluttered like exaggerated snowflakes on the Parliament Hill. The Parliament Hill was in chaos again. The senators who had just learned the details of the 69th accusation whispered to each other, shocked and speechless. Of course, they knew that the Li family was actually supporting the remaining forces of the Zhong family in the West Woods. However, during wartime, the Li family was in the name of donating to the military. Who could say anything? A middle-aged male senator who supported the Li family took off his shoe angrily and threw it at the podium. He cursed, "Donating to the military is a crime. What kind of **T logic is this?" The Federation government provided a large amount of war loans to the Sandlin United Bank. Ning Zikai, are you going to accuse the Sandlin United Bank of bribing the Federation government? Because the distance was too far. The senator's shoe didn't reach the podium. It fell halfway and almost hit the head of a female recorder. The scene was chaotic. On the podium, Ning Zikai's expression didn't change at all. He whispered a few words to the chairman of the ethics committee next to him and then gave the speaker's seat to him. The old voice of the chairman of the ethics committee sounded from the loudspeaker. It was just like the white hair on his head, pale and boring. "There's an emergency. Because it involves the empire and is of great importance, please allow me to take up the time of this hearing. This is the latest accusation against Mr. Li Xiaotong. I would like to ask you a few questions. First, what's the relationship between you and the spy of the empire, you? Li Xiaotong frowned and looked at the podium. If it wasn't for the words spy of the empire, he wouldn't have remembered who he was. He said, "I don't know him." "I knew you would answer this way." The chairman of the ethics committee looked at him and sighed. "But the wife and colleagues of the spy don't seem to think so. A photo appeared on the giant screen of the Parliament Hill. Photo, pearl necklace, confession. Li Xiaotong listened silently. His eyebrows were furrowed tighter and tighter. His face was getting worse and worse. All the evidence pointed to him being related to the spy of the Empire, and that spy was the key person in the explosion of the ancient bell. Under the current situation, this was a crime that no one could bear, even if he was the seventh young master of the Li family. The hall fell into a dead silence. No one spoke for a long time. All the representatives knew that the federal government was accusing Li Xiaotong of colluding with the spies of the Imperium. It was obvious that the federal government was pointing at the Li family behind him. Such a terrible and irredeemable accusation indicated that this was a decisive battle with no way out. Even the members who supported the Li family fell into silence. The middle-aged male member who couldn't control his anger took back the shoes that the staff passed back. He silently put them back on his left foot and then tied his shoelaces for 5 or 6 minutes. What broke the silence was the ear-piercing sound of the phone ringing. The hearing on the Parliament Hill requested that all communication devices be turned off. However, Li Xiaotong didn't answer it. The ringing sound came from him. After answering the phone, he listened for a moment and then hung up. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed like it was going to rain. Under the gaze of countless pairs of angry and complicated eyes, Li Xiaotong turned around and walked out of the Parliament Hill without hesitation. Member Ning Sakai gloomily stared at the back of the disappearing figure of the Parliament Hill. He scolded in a low voice. He has no respect for the Parliament. What a bastard! Sitting at the top of the rostrum, Vice President Xi and had been dozing off. Whether it was the hearing or Li Xiaotong's arrogant departure, he didn't seem to see it at all. Since Tai Ziyuan decided to hand over the Crystal Mine Consortium to all the people of the Federation, the back of the Parliament Hill had been strangely silent in this bleak weather. As a close political partner of Lady Tai, he naturally remained silent. Li Xiaotong walked down the long stone steps of Parliament Hill in the midst of the fluttering snowflakes. The gloomy expression on his face did not ease at all. Just as he was about to enter the car, several government officials in black, formal suits blocked his way. Li Xiaotong, citizen number. You are suspected of He-Yu-Yu's spy case. You must come back with us for investigation. We are the Joint Investigation Department. After reading this sentence, the 3 officials indifferently stepped forward and surrounded him. Their steps were simple but extremely powerful, giving people an irresistible feeling. You actually sent 3 elites of the small-eyed army to arrest me. Li Xiaotong looked at the officials expressionlessly and said, I don't know if I should be flattered or angry. If it were any other time, I wouldn't mind going with you because the evidence you forged is really good. But not today. We are enforcing the law. Your wishes don't matter. The officials shook their heads and then raised their hands to shake off the snow in their hair. The 3 elites of the small-eyed army who didn't wear military uniforms had already violently twisted Li Xiaotong's arms and were about to put handcuffs on him. Li Xiaotong didn't shake his head, but nodded. A middle-aged man in an ordinary uniform stood quietly beside the car, ready to open the door for Li Xiaotong. No matter what happened, his face was expressionless, and he didn't move at all. He didn't look dangerous at all, just like a well-trained driver. Until Li Xiaotong nodded, the middle-aged man knew that it was okay for him to do it. So he did it. His name was Brother Zeng, and he was one of the few fierce people in the world who could make Su Lu feel afraid. When he stood quietly in the corner, he was like a retro long gun that was bound by countless layers of coarse cloth. There was no luster or sharpness, and it was extremely ordinary. When he moved, the coarse cloth wrapped around the gun was broken into pieces, just like the uniform on his body that had turned into butterflies. The three powerful elites of the small-eyed army, who didn't know what had happened, were blown away by a huge force and fell into the snow in the distance with blood spurting out. Brother Zheng's sleeve was also broken, revealing a small but absolutely powerful pistol on his wrist, which was aimed at the official's eyebrows. He didn't observe the horrified expression on the official's face at all. He calmly opened the door and escorted Li Xiaotong to the car, and then sat in the driver's seat. The tires screeched violently, and the car disappeared in the wind and snow like smoke disappearing in front of people's eyes. Chapter 9:29. Snowflakes fell one after another. The officer of the Joint Investigation Division looked at the spot where the car had been in shock and couldn't say anything for a long time. His eyes were full of fear of being pointed at by a gun, as well as some shame. When all these emotions turned into anger, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "This is the capital. Where can you escape to?" He took out his phone and was about to report to his superiors to activate the Federation government's terrifying system power to start hunting down Li Xiaotong and that scary middle-aged man. But the phone rang first. His direct superior's voice was still calm and cold, but there was a hint of joy that couldn't be hidden. "Don't hunt down Li Xiaotong for the time being, because the Li family will be finished soon." The Li family's car was speeding on the highway out of the city. The crazy spinning wheels crushed the snow and rolled up white hurricanes. In the back seat, Li Xiaotong painfully covered his forehead. Thinking about the news on the phone just now, his eyebrows couldn't help but tremble quickly. The old man who had worn the black round hat all his life was about to leave this world. At this moment, what he was thinking about was not whether he should compete with Li Xiuzhu for the right of inheritance. Instead, he was worried about how the Li family could survive in this war without the guidance of the old man's wisdom. Behind the highway out of the capital, a convoy of government vehicles was moving slowly. In the bulletproof vehicles in front and behind, the Special Task Force agents were vigilantly looking around. In several dark green military vehicles in front and behind the presidential car, dozens of fully armed elite scouts of the Iron 7th Division were ready to attack at any time. The federal government had officially declared war on the 7 great families. Although this war had already started 3 years ago, the accusation in the Parliament Hill today, as well as that terrifying accusation, had truly brought the war from behind the scenes to the front, tearing apart all pretenses. In this tense situation, no one knew what crazy things those powerful families would do. It was known that in the history of the Federation, there were stories of presidents being assassinated by the 7 families. The atmosphere in the presidential car was not very tense. In the private compartment of the car, President Pabre, who had a dark complexion, quietly looked at the snowflakes that were filtered into brown by the fireproof membrane outside the window. He suddenly said, "The war has already begun, and we are going to visit the most important leader of the enemy camp. If the history of later generations were to be written about this, I wonder how it would be described." Du Xiaoqing sat opposite him in silence. His lieutenant general uniform was as straight as a sculptor's work on a steel plate. His facial expression was the same, silent and stern. Hearing President Pabre's question, Du Xiaoqing did not answer. Instead, he slowly frowned and said in a deep voice, "I don't like small eyes, nor do I like the Joint Investigation Department. To be more precise, I hate those people." President Pabre quietly looked at his most loyal subordinate, the general he relied on the most. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I know this, so no one mentions the execution on Mo Hua Planet again. According to your suggestion, the security of the official residence was also handed over to the Special Task Force and the Iron 7th Division." Du Xiaoqing replied expressionlessly, "But they still exist. Mr. President, I have said before that Li Jiedu is not a qualified soldier. Although he is from the Lees of Philadelphia, he is not the war god, nor is he Madman Lee. At most, he can only be an insidious politician. President Lee Jae-do is my most important political partner. On this path, he has given me too much support. I will never doubt his loyalty to the cause. Although I know that you are disgusted with those methods, don't be disgusted with him. President Pabre looked at Du Xiaoqing and said seriously, any reform process always needs some people to take on the dark work. I can't do it, and you are not willing. He is willing to pour dirty water on himself, which is respectable. Du Xiaoqing replied coldly, I am a soldier. I don't know anything about government affairs, but when I look back at the Capitol ring this time, I see a lot of problems. He raised his head and looked directly into Mr. President's eyes, saying without reservation, the current Federation government is full of shady deals and a bunch of incompetent trash. I feel that you should be vigilant and change. President Pabre had known Du Xiaoqing for many years. If Lee Jae-do was his most important political partner, then Du Xiaoqing was his last trump card. He knew this soldier's iron-blooded character and his unparalleled loyalty, so he was not angry. Instead, his eyes revealed a look of admiration. No one can be used. This is the Federation government's biggest problem right now. President Pabre looked at Du Xiaoqing and said slowly, the total number of civil servants in the Federation exceeded 12 million in the 40th year of the 37th constitutional calendar. In the past rigid political system, under the constant infiltration and corrosion of the 7 great families, how many people can be used? The Federation is like a giant battleship made up of countless small but important components and screws. If these screws have been corroded, then how can we win these 2 dangerous wars? As the captain, I can only find some components that listen to orders in the shortest amount of time and replace them with screws that haven't been completely corroded. At least this way, we can still operate this battleship of the Federation. Du Xiaoqing frowned to express his objection. Even if those officials are extremely corrupt and repulsive, even if they are people like the governor of South Dakota, even those who dare to embezzle military supplies, Mr. President, please allow me to be blunt. Such officials are not of any help to your cause. President Pabre looked at him calmly and asked, Xiaoqing, with your talent, no matter what kind of Federation government you are under, you can become the most dazzling general in the universe. Commander Zhong suppressed you for 10 years, but he could only delay the arrival of this time. Then tell me, why are you willing to follow me on this dangerous path, even to the extent of giving up your principles in life, and willing to let those schemes stain your military uniform? Du Xiaoqing placed his hands on his knees, sitting in an extremely standard posture. After a long silence, he replied in a deep voice, because I respect and agree with your ideals. Pabre looked at him and smiled. As the Federation's president, I once had the unquestionable love and respect of all Federation citizens. I once had the absolute support of that lady in the back of Macho's Mountain. I had the loyalty of the army, and I had human elites like you. What can a president like this do? A president like this can lead the Federation to victory in this space war and obtain a glorious victory. He can make some minor improvements that will make the people grateful for hundreds of years. He can also maintain a good cooperative relationship with the 7 great families. After his term ends, he can enjoy a good and respectable retirement. If this story had continued to develop like this, I could have become the most successful president in the history of the Federation, and also the most relaxed president. All of this will be recorded in the history books of the Federation. There might even be an imitation bronze statue of me in Charter Square. There was silence in the carriage. Du Xiaoqing vaguely understood the president's meaning. His posture became more and more upright, like a big tree protecting the green hills. But I did not choose to do so. I chose to continue the war, President Pabre said with a cold expression. I chose the battlefield that no president of the Federation would choose for many years. I forced those great families to the opposite side of the government until the Federation was shaken. Today, I could be impeached and removed from office at any time. I could even be imprisoned with shackles on my legs. In the end, I would become the most infamous president in history books and the most ridiculous president of the Federation. I wanted to use a dictatorship to seek democracy for the Federation, but in the end, I cut myself into pieces. Why would I make such a seemingly stupid and difficult choice? The reason is the same as yours, because I also respect and agree with my own ideals. President Pabre's words were heavy and firm like a mountain. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said with a self-mocking smile, "But in this world, how many idealists like you and me are there? But I need people to follow me into battle because these people are at least loyal to me. Then what can I use to attract them? A war flag fluttering in the smoke of war, or a powerful declaration on the podium? No, people like Webb and Descartes, once they have power and status, how can they be willing to lay down their heads and shed their blood to fight against the seemingly unshakable 7 great families for their own ideals, or even the ideals of others? What does the Federation government have? I can only use the vanity that comes with the official position, the sense of achievement that comes with power, and the monetary benefits that come with corruption to attract them and encourage them. For this reason, I can even open my eyes and watch as the vermin corrodes the logistics of the army without paying it any mind." President Pabre looked at Du Shaoqing with a solemn expression and said, "The hidden strength of those great families is too great. We have to unite all the forces that can be united in order to find a chance of victory. Replacing the old with a rotten new generation of privileged stratum with the old generation of privileged stratum seems sinister and mocking, but you must remember that compared to their predecessors, the officials of the Federation government system have the greatest congenital flaw. They do not have the support of the 7 great families. They are nothing more than rootless duckweeds. After a storm, they will disappear into the greasy pond." President Pabre calmly said, "Shaoqing, I promise you that as long as we can obtain complete victory in these 2 wars, no, in the war with the 7 great families, the Federation will immediately welcome a storm. When the time comes, the streets will be clean." Du Shaoqing was silent for a moment, and then he replied, "Mr. President, you don't need to promise me anything. I understand what you mean. This is a painful period, and I will support you as always until the entire Federation survives." This long conversation between 2 powerful men was very moving in Pabre's eyes. He admired and thought highly of Du Shaoqing, so he needed to unreservedly reveal his thoughts to the other and obtain the other's unreserved support. However, in Feng Yu's opinion, this was just another successful speech by the shoe-polishing president. There was only one person who was listening to the speech, a very important person. Prabal had once again successfully deceived the other person, and perhaps he had also deceived himself. Chapter 930. This was a mysterious manor on the outskirts of the capital. The manor occupied a large area, and the silhouettes of several snow-covered hills could be faintly seen in the depths. Not many people knew who the mysterious owner of the manor was because there were no words or symbols left on the stone plate next to the iron gate. The fleet of black bulletproof cars and dark green military vehicles were forced to stop in front of the wordless stone plate, apart from a middle-aged man who looked like a butler bowing respectfully. No one came to welcome them. The iron gate was tightly shut. The president of the Federation came to visit, but was stopped outside the door. This was unimaginable. No matter which region of the Federation, or even Bermuda, no one dared to do such a rude thing. The door opened, and the Special Task Force agent in a black suit got out of the car with an indifferent expression. He monitored the surroundings and communicated with the system through the small white piece in his ear, trying to solve the awkward and infuriating situation. As time passed, Du Xiaoqing in the back of the car looked more and more gloomy. Although there was no emotion in his cold eyes, anyone could see that he was about to lose control of the anger in his chest. The people in the manor treated the elected president, who should be respected, like this, the person he respected the most. This was unacceptable. He frowned and said, "The Li family is so rude. Do they really think they can do whatever they want with money?" President Pabre's expression was very calm. He put down the teacup in his hand and looked at him with a smile. People who are about to leave this world, no matter how many sins they carry with them, should always have some privileges. Moreover, that old man is worthy of our respect to some extent. The smooth metal wheels crushed the expensive TLF material floor. Dozens of the most advanced medical equipment in the entire universe were quietly pushed away. The luxurious room suddenly became much more spacious. The curtain beside the soft bed was blown by the wind. The spacious environment made the shriveled old man on the bed look even smaller. The old man, Li Yuangong, who was the head of the Li family, coughed heavily and let his 17th wife wipe the spit on her lips in disgust. He looked at Li Xiuzhu and Li Xiaotong standing in front of the bed and said with a hoarse voice, "I shouldn't die at this time, but death can't be arranged. It's just time. You don't have to be sad. Just remember my words." The age spots on Li Yuangong's face were very thick and had lost all of their luster. As he smiled, they were like little round yellow leaves floating in a pond, piled up densely. "What comforts me is that I can see the true sorrow in your eyes. It proves that I was right to choose you from so many boys to be examined. A real businessman doesn't need to pretend to be cold and heartless every day. That's Du Xiaoqing. Then what is a real businessman? What a businessman needs to do is very simple, and that is to keep an eye on all the money by your feet, under your bed, the money now, and the money in the future. This is not an inferior quality, but the greatest glory, because only money can promote the distribution and circulation of resources. Ever since the Great Calamity, what we have been doing is ensuring the circulation of human society's resources. Merchants are the foundation of modern society. Anyone who tries to stop merchants from earning money is the enemy of all mankind. That's just courting death. The sparse white hair on Li Yuangong's head drooped weakly like old willow catkins blown by the wind. Although his voice was hoarse, it was still firm and powerful. "I stopped the ambitious president outside and said these words to you because I hope you understand that what merchants need the most is persistence and a strong heart." He slowly tilted his head to look at Li Xiaotong and said with pity, "I told you 3 years ago that if you invest, you must persist to the end. Su Li's matter is too pitiful. You have to know that investing in an emperor is my life's greatest dream. It's a pity that this dream has not been realized until my death." Li Xiaotong knelt down to admit his mistake. Li Xiuzhu also knelt down. Li Yuangong smiled and said, "You all know that the ancestors of the clan once invested in Emperor Chong. Although we may have missed an emperor, we can't miss it this time. You have to at least invest in a President Chong." The old man said with faint mockery, "Although there is no challenge in investing in a president, the clan has done it too many times. But it's always better than nothing. Don't be fooled by Macho's attitude. The reason why the madam did not stand out to support her son is because she still has many cards that she has not revealed. She has the right to wait. But we do not have the right to wait. Our card is very obvious. It is money and only money. Continue to increase the support for the silent march. Give the crown prince whatever he wants. In addition, satisfy the needs of Lin Banshan and Big Stick Tian as much as possible. As for Su Lu, who announced that he will come back, although I think that this stinking rock is a sentimental person, he is still the crown prince of the empire. Let's just watch quietly. Li Yuan-gong calmly finished the most important instructions and then tiredly waved his hand, indicating that the two most important men of the next generation should leave. The room was filled with a deathly silence. The old man of Li Yuan Palace, who was lying on the bed, and President Prabal, who was sitting on the round-back chair at the end of the bed, opened their eyes and looked at each other. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The war between the Federation government and the 7 great families had already begun and was about to enter a white-hot state. At this crucial moment, President Pabre had come to the Li family manor. This was a very difficult thing to imagine. Because of some very important questions, Mr. President had to come. He had to find the answer before this old man closed his eyes. Mr. President, my family and I have controlled the Federation finance for many years. Regarding this war, if you want to fight, I can fight. In fact, as long as I say a word right now, the Federation finance system will immediately collapse. The Federation government will go bankrupt this afternoon, and the entire Federation will be in chaos. If anyone said these words, they would seem arrogant, stupid, and comical. But the one who said these words was Li Yuan-gong, so no one dared to doubt it. I know very well why you have come. The government accused the Li family of colluding with the empire. I think they don't have the guts to really put my family's little 7 into the Qingchen military prison. The old man of Li Yuan-gong looked at the man in the chair and said slowly, using this kind of accusation to threaten me is an ironclad decision. Before the Li family is destroyed, don't you think this kind of request is absurd? After a moment of silence, President Pabre replied, the end of a war is never a complete extermination. The government and the people only need victory. They need the truth. An ancestor of your family once said before his death, even if a flood surges to the heavens after my death, the government does not want to see a flood surging to the heavens. So, the government can give your family some promises in exchange for your compromise. What promises? Promise not to kill to the last, to leave behind enough funds for my descendants to eat after dividing up all the properties of the Li family? The old man said, you don't understand businessmen. You want to steal my money, which is more terrifying than taking my life. You have to know that the money is mine. It is my business that I am willing to donate it to the army, but when I am not willing, no one can take it away. Your army, you have Du Shaoqing, you can kill all the people in this manner. The Zhong family no longer has a tiger. You can even kill all the people of the 7 great families. But you are very afraid of this kind of scene. The old man looked at President Pabre and said mockingly, because in that case, the Federation left by the 7 great families will only be left with ruins. Are you threatening the Federation government? President Pabre asked with a smile. I am just stating the facts, Li Yuan-gong replied with a smile. Speaking of threats, I believe that the silence of the back mountain is what you fear the most. There was a long silence. The old man waved his hand and murmured in a low voice, let the government withdraw the accusation against Shaoqi. Even if I die, I will not let the Federation's economy collapse. But this has nothing to do with the government's clumsy methods. The old man chuckled and said in a low voice, how can you understand my love for this kind of system? How can I bear to hurt it? I also don't believe that you have the ability to force these 1,000-year-old families into a desperate situation where they have to sacrifice themselves for love. The old man slowly turned his head and looked into President Pabre's eyes. He said, in the end, the Crown Prince did very well. Although the impeachment of you on Parliament, Hill did not pass the first reading. I think that day will come sooner or later. Could it be that when the time comes, you really dare to force Parliament with your army? Even if you really are so crazy, will do Shaoqing and the military follow your craziness? Even if all of you crazy people really are crazy, don't you know that Sulu is about to return to the Federation? An incomprehensible smile appeared on the old man's face. He said, Su Li's return means that the little princess of the Zhong family will return to the Westwoods. You and Li Jiedu will have no chance unless you dare to fight a civil war. As for what kind of crazier things Sulu will do than you, I can't even imagine. The old man from Liyuan Palace smiled innocently like a child. The white strands of hair on the top of his head moved restlessly. He looked at Pabre and shook his head with difficulty to express sympathy. This war has not yet begun, but you are already doomed to fail, because you have been walking on the wrong path. To demolish a dilapidated building, one can only carefully start from the top floor, but you have chosen to violently destroy the foundation of the building. Even if you destroy this building, when the building collapses, it will crush all the demolishers, including you, to death. After a long silence, President Pabre replied, Slowly demolish it from the top. I don't have that much time. Don't have that much time? The voice of the old man from Liyuan Palace suddenly became stern. He coldly asked, You don't have time, but the Federation does. The chair you are sitting in is the chair I have sat in for decades. No matter where I go, I am used to taking it with me, because the chair represents position, and position represents responsibility. Liyuan Palace looked at President Pabre expressionlessly and said, As a democratically elected president, you should know that the president's responsibility is not to realize selfish ideals, but to seek a better present for the people of the Federation. You don't even have the right to talk about the slightly distant future. President Pabre slightly furrowed his brows. The organization of human society is very fragile. It cannot withstand the torment of so-called ideals. You insist on doing this only to satisfy your desire to leave your name in history. The old man from Liyuan Palace looked at him coldly and said, You don't have the time, but the Federation does. Your successor does. You can completely lay the foundation and pass the bill without being in a hurry to purge it. Step by step, you can take it slowly. You did not do this. You are very anxious, because you know that if you only do this, then it will be your successor or even some president several hundred years later who will complete this mission for you. And you will no longer have the chance to become the most famous president or even savior in the history of the Federation. Mr. President, admit your selfishness and hypocrisy. Perhaps this will allow me to retain some respect for you before I die. President Pabre was silent for a long time. His expression was stern as he replied, Could it be that you want to place the hope of the Federation's change on the politicians raised by you, or on the aristocrats of the 7 great families, like Tai Ziyuan? Why not? History has its own power, and people have an innate desire to betray their own camp. He will do it more smoothly than you. Garbage will never walk into the garbage heap of history by itself. Someone needs to do the cleaning. Pabre replied. Then his brows furrowed slightly. He felt that this sentence was very familiar, as if he had heard someone say it a few years ago. Because of this memory, his mood became a little strange. Looking at the old man's face full of spots, he asked, Speaking of selfishness, what about you? You are no different from the previous dozen or so family heads of the Leaf family. Your name will not be left in history. Even the people will not know who you are. You will die with incredible wealth in your hands. Don't you feel unsatisfied and feel that your life is meaningless? The meaning of life does not lie in this. Then what does it lie in? When you die, you will know that life is meaningless. The old man of Liyuan Palace looked calmly at the snowflakes outside the window. He sighed emotionally and said slowly in a low voice, "Life is a meaningless journey. So whether it is you or the man who took off my little black hat, all the things you have done in your life are meaningless." Maybe what you said makes sense, but I always think that since we are alive, we should do something that we think is meaningful. President Pabre replied calmly. Since the beginning of the conversation, it was the first time that he used honorifics to this dying old man. The old man of Liyuan Palace said slowly, "There are two people in my life that I can't see through. One is the man who took off my hat just now, and the other is Sulu. I can't see through the former because I still don't know what he cares about. I can't see through the latter because I don't know why he cares so much." After hearing your answer, I finally have the answer. People like you talk about the meaning of life because you are unwilling to be lonely. A mysterious smile appeared on the old man's face. He murmured with a sigh, "You are all idiots who don't learn." I am very relieved to have confirmed this matter. After saying this, the old man of Liyuan Palace, who had ruled the Federation's finance and even the economy for 60 years, passed away. The old man closed his eyes. The little black hat beside his pillow was silent, like an old-style oil lamp that would never be lit. It was said that this represented a certain mysterious religious belief of the ancestors of the Li family. Chapter 931. On the last day of the 75th year of the constitutional calendar, Li Xiuzhu put on a small round black hat. The brim of the hat was not wide, but the shadow fell on his handsome face, covering all the sharpness of the past, leaving only calmness and low-key. At the same time, in the distant Bermuda sector, on the most bustling Bop planet, Mr. Descartes, the chief assistant of the Federation Commerce Department, also put on a wide-brimmed hat decorated with orchid petals. The smugglers beside him introduced it to him with flattering expressions. This was the most stylish outfit on Bop planet. Mr. Descartes adjusted the brim of the hat with satisfaction, and the shadow fell on his ordinary face, making him look proud. After the bloody incident in South Cajot, and the news channel broadcast the incident, the Federation government began to treat the man with the steep-shouldered shoulders with an unprecedented seriousness. On the one hand, the government stepped up the arrest of Zhang Xiaohua and the others, and on the other hand, it strengthened the contact and support with the local forces of Bermuda, hoping to eradicate Lin Banshan's strong foundation here. This work has been going on for dozens of days, and Descartes came this time to put a perfect end to this matter, to accept the results, and to experience the local customs of the manor. 20 years later, the college student of Pabre law firm had become a middle-aged senior official with a big belly. The only thing that had not changed was his loyalty and reverence for Mr. Pabre. This time, he was carrying out a secret mission personally given by the president, so he should have been more cautious and serious. However, the feeling of being surrounded and flattered by the big shots of Bermuda was so good that he absolutely did not mind enjoying the so-called style, because the so-called style had many other interests besides the orchid petal round hat on his head. The luxurious fleet slowly drove on the streets of Popstar. The faintly visible ray filtering membrane above the atmosphere turned the light of the distant stars into a light blue color. The surrounding strangely styled buildings were shrouded in a blue color, making them look particularly strange and mysterious. Descartes looked at the scenery outside the window and listened to the report of the subordinate beside him. He silently sighed in his heart. Legend had it that Bop planet had the most casinos and beautiful women in the universe, but why were there no flashing light screens and naked women on the streets? It seemed that because of this damn war, even Bermuda had been affected and had become much more depressed. The Seventh Fleet has sealed off 3 large warp holes in Bermuda that lead to the Federation. It has become very difficult for Lin Banshan's companies to trade with the Federation. In the past 2 months, their capital chain has almost been broken. The subordinate looked at the electronic record book in his hand and nervously reported the 3 military regions have secretly sent 2 batches of firearms to Bermuda. Recently, there have been 17 consecutive fights on Popstar, and Lin Banshan's men have suffered heavy casualties. Step by step, step by step. You've done well, Mr. Descartes remarked with a smile. I've always thought that a gangster who dares to go against the Federation is courting death. The 2 most critical cargo routes are in Lin Banshan's hands, and the underground control of the 5 habitable planets in Bermuda is still in the fighting stage. As long as we succeed later, the government won't have to worry about this side anymore. Mr. Descartes said mockingly, "Is this the special program that the local tyrants of Bermuda arranged for me?" The luxury motorcade stopped outside the most famous Hawaiian clubhouse on Popstar. The most notorious arms smuggler in Bermuda trotted to the side of the car, opened the door respectfully, and took Descartes out. The light screen at the entrance of the clubhouse flashed with all kinds of exciting lines. Descartes stood beside the car, frowning slightly, and asked, "Is it here?" "Yes, Mr. Descartes," the arms dealer explained. "Although Lin Banshan has been gone for more than half a year, he left a vicious dog here. In fact, we always thought that the vicious dog had no master. We didn't expect that in the current situation, this dog would actually bite people everywhere for Lin Banshan. As long as you can kill this vicious dog tonight and get the last 2 routes and control of the region, then the entire Bermuda will be yours." The arms dealer humbly bowed to him. Descartes frowned slightly and said, "Pay attention, it's not mine." The arms dealer smiled, awkwardly slapped his face with his palm, and said, "Look at my mouth. Bermuda will be the strongest supporter of His Excellency the President." "It's still not right," Descartes seriously corrected. "According to the Charter, Bermuda has complete independence, and Bermuda will always belong to the Bermudans. I am just expressing serious concern about what happened here on behalf of the Federation government and His Excellency the President." Dozens of armed men carrying Federation military firearms occupied the entrance of the clubhouse and escorted the crowd into the venue. After entering the venue, all the people with firearms were politely asked to leave. Descartes and the arms dealer went directly to the box on the top floor. Looking at the spacious boxing ring illuminated by the lights below, he shook his head, not hiding the disgust on his face, and said, "You Bermudians are really naive to rely on underground boxing to determine the ownership of the route area." The arms dealer responded awkwardly, "The underground world has its own rules. It is indeed a bit vulgar. Please excuse us." The boxing match officially began. The 2 fierce men on the stage fought for less than 20 seconds. The boxer with a black ribbon on his arm punched his opponent's jaw like lightning. Then, with a small step, he entered the opponent's arms and hit his opponent's lower abdomen with his knee. The whole venue seemed to hear the sound of something exploding. The hearts of the audience suddenly tightened, and they all gasped in unison, seeing the boxer covered in blood being carried out of the ring. Although Mr. Descartes knew that his side had won, there was still disgust on his face. He shook his head and said, "How barbaric." The arms dealer smiled and turned his head. His eyes that were full of flattery suddenly became extremely calm, and he looked at the box on the opposite side silently. He did not tell the truth to Descartes. The reason why he had chosen to use such a childish method to decide such an important matter tonight was that he had been bitten by the dog all over his body, and he was scared of being bitten by it, although they had the support of the Federation. And although they were clearly about to beat the vicious dog to death, no one would have thought that the vicious dog would actually survive. Moreover, it was fiercely baring its ferocious sharp teeth, with terrifying tendrils hanging from its white teeth. The man in the box on the opposite side felt the gaze from the opposite side. He slowly narrowed his eyes and took off the bandage on the gunshot wound on his right shoulder. He slowly stood up, put his hands on the railing, and slowly opened his pale lips due to the blood loss, revealing his yellowish teeth. He slowly made a contemptuous declaration. "San Bao, I'm going to F*CK, your mother again today." His voice was very soft, but there was a chill in it. Holding the railing, he grinned and narrowed his eyes, like a desperate beast staring at the throat of a hunter, revealing its sharp fangs. From Donglin to Bermuda, Li Wei's arrogance and viciousness had never changed. It was as if he was still the orphan leader who dared to sweep the bell tower street with a military knife. Chapter 932. A light purple shirt, a black casual suit, silky black hair, pale cheeks due to blood loss, added a bit of charm when put together. This was especially so when the corner of his lips curled into a fierce smile, which made many people lose focus for a moment when they saw Li Wei for the first time. Blood seeped out of the wound and dyed the corner of his light purple shirt a deep shade of purple. Li Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at the private room opposite him. He did not recall the specific scene of the shooting 2 days ago. Instead, he was confirming whether the high-ranking federal official mentioned in the intelligence report was in the private room. Back then, Donglin Orphan came to Bermuda alone and spent a few years to cultivate a group of young, loyal subordinates. He also had some fame in the underground world, but he was still not qualified to sit in the front row of Bermuda's power conference. His fame came from the name of the gang and its quirks. The gang was called the Orphan Gang. Li Wei recruited all orphans. Most of these orphans' families died in the continuous Bermuda underworld vendettas. This was a quirk that many gangs laughed at. Although Bermuda was chaotic, there were many orphans who did not have a family. If Li Wei insisted on this quirk, the orphan gang would never be able to grow. However, everything was changing. Li Wei, the leader of the orphan gang, who was laughed at for several years, laughed at the arms smuggler Jihua. No one thought it was strange or that he was courting death, because now in the whole of Bermuda, including the most powerful people, no one dared to look down on him. They were all frightened by this wild dog that was originally unknown, but suddenly appeared to be extremely crazy and ruthless. The big shots who were qualified to sit in the front row were the most powerful overlords in Bermuda, such as the armed smuggler named Jihua. Although he was as humble as a puppy wagging its tail in front of Descartes, his name alone was enough to scare all the children on Pop Star to tears. There were a few people like Jihua, and they were all members of the Bermuda Conference. Without a prefix, the conference was called the Bermuda Conference. The Bermuda Star Field was independent of the Federation because of the charter as a special human settlement area. In addition to casinos, drug factories, and brothels, there was still a need for schools, doctors, and workers. There was still a need for order, but there were no judges and no police. The organization that maintained order and set the rules was the Bermuda Conference. Until one particular spring, a certain man from the Federation appeared in Bermuda. From then on, the meetings continued. Bermuda set the rules, but the person who controlled the order became the underground king. Back then, Lin Banshan came to Bermuda as the son of a wandering family. He observed and prepared in silence for 3 whole years. Then, on a certain night, when he was intoxicated by the spring breeze, he suddenly launched an attack and established a new order in just a short month. A member of the Federation had become Bermuda's most arrogant underworld king. This was an incredible thing, but Lin Banshan had done it. Naturally, all the opposing forces in the meeting were speechless and did not dare to speak. Half a year ago, the king of Bermuda had left Bermuda, and the subjects who had been suppressed by him for many years began to have different ideas. In the past, Lin Banshan had left and stayed in the Federation for a long time. At that time, the big shots in the Bermuda Conference did not dare to make a move. Although he was gone, his power and influence were still there. But this time was different. When Lin Banshan left, He took Han Chu and most of his elite subordinates with him. He did not call back Zhang Xiaohua to take charge of the base camp. The king left the palace with most of the troops. Han Chu, who was pale-faced and scarier than the devil, left. Zhang Xiaohua, who was silent and cold but killed without blinking, did not return. These three alone were enough to tempt people. Moreover, they were very clear about the reason why Lin Banshan took away all of his forces: to fight against the Federation government. Even if Lin Banshan did not move, he had to do his best. Then, the people of Bermuda could not help but be restless. No one was optimistic about the prospects of Lin Banshan returning to the Federation this time. Against a powerful regime, no matter how strong you were, there was no possibility of winning. More people firmly and happily believed that Lin Banshan could not return to Bermuda alive. What's more, the Federation government had been secretly supporting him. Bermuda was Lin Banshan's foundation. It was the underworld king's confidence to fight against the Federation. If his foundation in Bermuda was cut off, they would become a tree without a deep root and a stream without a source. They would be very weak. This was a very clear situation. The Federation government and the members of the conference were attacking from two sides. The man who had made Bermuda difficult to breathe for many years, even if he was an unclimbable mountain, was bound to collapse. A beautiful picture unfolded in front of the members of the conference who had endured for many years. They seemed to see this beautiful Bermuda star field, after being occupied by outsiders for many years, finally returned to the arms of the Bermudians. 40 days ago, a bloody war suddenly broke out on Bermuda's most important planet, Bop Star. This war happened between the members of the Bermuda Conference and the forces left behind by Lin Banshan. Although it was incomparable to the cosmic war between the Federation and the Empire, and was far less magnificent than that war, it was more sinister, direct, and violent. Countless street fights, intensive shooting incidents, and terrifying arson cases occurred continuously in various parts of Bermuda. Blood was everywhere. In the beginning, the conference achieved the expected victory. With the secret support of the Federation, they continuously defeated the forces left behind by Lin Banshan. They used bullets and flames to arrogantly vent their resentment of being suppressed by Lin Banshan, and more importantly, by Han Chu for too long. They occupied the areas controlled by the other side one by one and used tough and ruthless means to take away the other side's route. Just as the Bermuda Conference was about to attack Garth City, where Lin Banshan's base camp was located, Li Wei and his gang appeared in front of them. The members of the conference did not know why this unknown leader of a small gang dared to show up in a situation where the general situation was already decided. According to the intelligence, this person had no connection with Lin Banshan, but they did not care. In their view, this obviously crazy wild dog was just another corpse. What happened next made Ji Hua and several other members of the conference realize that they had made a big mistake by not paying attention to Li Wei and his gang. Bermuda was a chaotic world that used death to reason. Whoever could kill the most, who was the most ruthless, was the most reasonable. In the following month, Li Wei used his own performance to prove to the whole of Bermuda that he was the most reasonable person. Although his gang had a total of less than 500 people, he was more ruthless than anyone else. His group of orphans was definitely more ruthless than the gang members in the conference, who were raised by money and women. The orphan gang took over the secret arsenal left by Han Chu. Hundreds of members were scattered in every corner of Garth City, guarding every corner, guarding every inch of land. Gunfire filled the sky, and people died at any time. However, those orphans did not seem to feel fear. Even if their abdomens were cut open by shrapnel, they still screamed and rushed out, madly pulling the trigger, using a dense number of bullets to shoot the enemy into a hornet's nest before they fell. Countless bloody, small-scale battles broke out on the edge of the city. Li Wei and his orphan gang used the most bloody and direct means to respond to the bloody and direct attacks of the enemy. Many people fell in a pool of blood, but even more people in the conference died. Death was not terrible. What was more terrible was the way the orphan gang led them to death. On a certain night 3 weeks ago, the conference's armed forces successfully broke into a manor in the northern suburbs of Garth City. That night, a bloody purge was carried out. The next day, one of the leaders in charge of the attack held a celebration dinner in his own manor. A young waiter carrying a tray was about to approach the leader when he was stopped by a vigilant bodyguard. The waiter smiled slightly, and a trace of ridicule appeared on his handsome face. He did not have a gun on him, only a bomb. Boom! The celebration dinner turned into a bloody battlefield. The bomb directly turned the smiling waiter and the leader of the conference into ashes. The more than 400 guests who attended the dinner suffered heavy casualties. The entire planet, Bob, seemed to have heard the terrible sound of the explosion. Since that night, the leaders of the Bermuda Conference and all the gang leaders stopped all activities. Under the protection of the armed forces, they nervously hid in their own headquarters like turtles. They did not want their fleet to be directly blown into the sky by roadside bombs. They did not want their mistresses to be shot to death. They did not want their manors to suddenly turn into ruins, and they were turned into minced meat. They also did not want to wear bulletproof vests to drink coffee, only to be chased by a thin and weak newspaper boy who looked less than 15 years old when he suddenly pulled out a kitchen knife to kill them. They were cut until they were bleeding all over, with shredded flesh hanging from their buttocks. After the bodyguards pulled out their guns and killed the newspaper boy, they were still crying in shame on the streets. These scenes were the real story of this month. There was no doubt that the days when Li Wei and his orphan gang launched a cold counterattack were the bloodiest month in Bermuda after Lin Banshan launched the February attack. Now, no one dared to laugh at the originally inconspicuous orphan gang, and no one dared to laugh at Li Wei's eccentric habit of recruiting members. It was not until this time that many people understood that the orphans whose parents died in the hands of the underworld hated the underworld the most. Without family, they had no love or care for this chaotic world. So even in the face of death, they were not afraid. The leaders of the Bermuda Conference started this war for profit. No matter how many of their men and companions died, they would not be afraid. However, when they met the mad dog Li Wei and the orphans who were not afraid of death, they realized that their lives could end at any time. So they began to fear. These young people were crazier and more cold-blooded than Han Chu, more violent and bloodthirsty than Zhang Xiaohua. When it came to unscrupulous means, even Lin Banshan, the king of the underworld, would never be as thorough as them. The leaders of the conference could not hold on anymore. Although they knew that Li Wei's orphan gang was almost out of ammunition and food, they did not dare to let the war continue like this because no one knew who would be the next to die before the entire orphan gang was wiped out. Under such circumstances, 2 days ago, the Bermuda Conference tried to assassinate Li Wei. After confirming that it had failed, they proposed to negotiate with the other party. This was the first time since the start of the war that the two sides sat on the table to negotiate. It didn't take long for the people who hung a thin rope on both sides of the bottomless cliff to decide the ownership of the relevant interests through the boxing competition. The leaders of the conference agreed to choose this simple, crude, primitive, bloody, and even childish way to decide the distribution of such important interests. In fact, it was very helpless and humiliating, because they were forced to the negotiating table by Li Wei and the orphan gang in a simple, crude, primitive, bloody, and even childish way. The king who left did not leave behind any weapons of mass destruction for the kingdom. Under such an extreme disadvantage, the lone army on the wall was able to achieve such a situation. This was Li Wei's victory. This was the victory of the mad dog. This was the victory of the orphan. Whether it was in Eastwood, Bermuda, or the Empire, whether he was selling newspapers, serving tea, or researching Mecca, orphans were always invincible. In order to fight against the Federation, Lin Banshan had to give it his all, so Han Chu, Zhang Xiaohua, and most of the elites could not stay in Bermuda. Before leaving, his subordinates were guessing who he would hand over his foundation to because they knew what the Federation would do, and they also knew that the Bermuda leaders who had been suppressed for many years had been waiting for this opportunity. There were many guesses, and even in a very private situation, Han Chu looked at Lin Banshan's calm expression and could not help but ask if Su Lu had already arrived in Bermuda, and then reminded him that the rock was ultimately from the Empire. It was no wonder that Han Chu guessed that it was Su Lu, because in such a precarious environment, only such a peerless and fierce person could protect Lin Banshan's foundation. No one would have thought that the answer was a somewhat unfamiliar name, Li Wei. Lin Banshan was the king of Bermuda, and Li Wei was just a very inconspicuous street gang leader. What was even more difficult to understand was that except for a sentence he said 3.5 years ago, when the orphan gang had just offended a big shot in the conference, the two sides had not interacted for a few years. They had not even contacted each other, let alone feelings. However, Lin Banshan made such a simple and even somewhat hasty decision to hand over his headquarters, the foundation that he had worked so hard for half of his life, and the most important resources to the orphan, named Li Wei without any reservations. As long as less than 5 people knew about Lin Banshan's arrangements, Han Chu had never questioned Lin Banshan's decisions in his life. He could not understand, but he had to obey. He just had some doubts about Li Wei's ability to protect the family business. A few years ago, Su Lu once asked me to take care of this person called Li Wei. After that, I checked and found a very interesting thing. At that time, Lin Banshan's explanation was very simple and powerful. To be able to be friends with Su Lu for so many years, to be able to make Su Lu, who never asked for help, rather than owe the Zhong family a big favor. This person is worthy of trust. My mood was affected, so it was very difficult to write, but I am really satisfied with this chapter. It's quite good. It was indeed difficult to write, and if it was not something that I liked, it would be even more annoying. At most, I won't return the monitor. We don't lack those few $100. Damn it. There were still 5,000 words to go, and the sky was already bright. Chapter 933. Lin Banshan went to the Federation with his strong determination and strongest subordinates, but left his foundation in Bermuda. He didn't even take Li Feirong, the woman he doted on the most over the years, and his only son that not many people knew about. He was able to leave so freely because, in his eyes, although Bermuda behind him was dangerous, it was still considered safe compared to the Federation. However, in this matter, he, who rarely made mistakes in his life, still underestimated the courage of the Federation government and the determination of the Bermuda gangs. Fortunately, he chose Li Wei. Of course, Lin Banshan couldn't just blindly trust Su Lu by leaving all his women and children in Li Wei's care. In fact, after learning about the relationship between Li Wei and Su Lu a few years ago, he had been silently watching the development of this person in Bermuda. Through observation, he confirmed that this person was ruthless. Lin Banshan had always believed that ruthlessness was the most important and the most scarce quality. Li Wei had this, even to some extent, so he was worthy of high hopes. When he first learned of this, Li Wei was shocked, speechless. He didn't understand why the king of Bermuda opposite him would give him such an important task, but he knew that this matter was difficult. Without thinking more, he agreed to Lin Banshan's request. He knew that if he could survive, the orphan gang would still exist, and Lin Banshan could return to Bermuda alive from the Federation. He would naturally be able to obtain great rewards. However, the reason why he silently accepted this perhaps glorious but doomed to be extremely dangerous and bloody was simpler. 3 years ago, when the orphan gang was about to fall into the abyss of destruction, it was Lin Banshan's understatement that saved everything. In other words, after angering a certain big shot in the Bermuda Conference, Li Wei and the orphan gang were able to survive until today because of this sentence. For Lin Banshan, saying this was a very simple matter, but for Li Wei and the orphan gang, it was the most beautiful dawn on the line of life and death. Merchants with endless wealth could casually give away a bowl of leftovers to a beggar who was about to starve to death. To some people, since the leftovers were insignificant to the merchants, then their gratitude was only the weight of the bowl of rice. However, in Li Wei's philosophy, the beggar would starve to death without the bowl of rice. Thus, the bowl of rice was a life that you had to repay with your life. The person that Lin Banshan had his eyes on, and the person that Su Lu cared about, naturally had a different temperament. Li Wei did not seem to have any particularly strong abilities, but since he was young, he had mingled in the black market of the mine tunnels and honed his skills in Jianghu. His clothes were covered in frost, and his mind was broad. If he was in the old Tai dynasty, he would be a national hero. When he agreed to this matter, he said directly to Lin Banshan, "If I die, then there is no way to protect these things of yours. Don't blame me." Lin Banshan smiled, his eyes full of appreciation. The meaning of this sentence was very clear and firm. What it meant was that as long as it didn't die, it would definitely protect these things for it. That was what Li Wei said, and that was what he did. Taking the white napkin handed by the young man beside him, Li Wei slowly wiped the blood that seeped out of his purple shirt. Looking at the unconscious boxer that was being carried out of the venue, a faint worry appeared between his eyebrows, and he instantly returned to calmness. This underworld war lasted for a whole month. During this month, his orphan gang lived a life bathed in blood. Facing the joint attack of several of the most powerful forces in Bermuda, even though he and his brothers opened their bloodthirsty lips, revealed their ferocious white teeth, and bitterly held on in every street, they were inevitably forced into a desperate situation by the other party and were covered in blood. This boxing match, held according to Bermuda's underground law, was the product of a compromise after both sides could not hold on. Being able to hold on for so long under such circumstances, Li Wei should have felt proud, but he was very clear that this was only a temporary victory. With the end of the boxing match, it was very likely to become a bubble. After all, his foundation in Bermuda was still shallow, and there was no real strong person to serve him. Although his brothers were brave and bloodthirsty, under such a square stage surrounded by ropes, they definitely could not be called masters. In contrast, the big shots of the Bermuda Conference had been passed down for generations, and there would always be some powerful people hidden in the manor. Under such circumstances, Li Wei used a large sum of money left by Han Chu to invite 3 powerful boxers from Li Mingxing. He originally thought that he could at least compete with the other party, but he did not expect that the first round of the boxing match would end in less than 20 seconds, and his side would be defeated miserably. The agreement with the Bermuda Conference was to win 2 out of 3 rounds, but the first round was so miserable, and an ominous atmosphere gradually enveloped the entire box. Li Wei looked at the bald boxer on the stage and noticed that the man did not show off after winning, but silently and calmly retreated. The young subordinate next to him said, unwillingly, if Uncle Hua was here, he could break all the bones of those guys on the opposite side by himself. Li Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at the bald boxer in the dark corner. His nostrils slightly moved, as if he smelled the unique smell of blood in the military camp, and suddenly asked, "Where do you think the strongest men are usually?" The young subordinates were startled. Some answered that it should be the Li Mingxing Academy, while others refuted that it must be the body cultivation hall in Feiqing City. Li Wei shook his head and said, "The strongest men are in the army, not in the Federation's army, but in the Empire's army." The young subordinates thought of the two legendary names and nodded in agreement. Only a very mischievous young man laughed and said, "Except for Su Lu and Madman Li, that princess is a girl." There was a burst of laughter in the box, but Li Wei's next sentence made the laughter abruptly stop. The boxers invited by San Bao should be the elites of the Federation's special forces. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open, and a subordinate with a gloomy face walked in with a skinny man. He leaned close to Li Wei and whispered a few words. Li Wei's expression suddenly became gloomy, and he stared coldly at the skinny man and said, "You want to withdraw from the competition?" The skinny man nodded. Li Wei slowly put the blood-stained napkin in his hand on the table and frowned. He asked, "The masters of the Li Mingxing Academy also know fear?" "I can see that they are soldiers, very powerful special forces soldiers." The skinny man replied, "I learned martial arts and participated in many boxing competitions. I also killed people on the stage, but their profession is to kill people. I am confident that I can beat them in martial arts, but I am not confident that I will be the one standing on the stage in the end. To be precise, I will be killed by them." Li Wei squinted his eyes and looked at him as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. He said, "You know that according to the rules of Bermuda, you will die if you leave at this time." The skinny man replied, "If I go on the stage at this time, I will definitely die. As for whether I will die or not, it depends on whether you can survive tonight." Then the master said calmly, "Guns are not allowed in the venue, so you can't stop me. I am just here to express my apology and refund the money." The door of the box was tightly closed, and the atmosphere was particularly oppressive and tense. The expressions on the faces of the young orphans were very ugly. The invited master actually fled in the face of the battle and was so arrogant. It was really humiliating. A burly young man slowly unbuttoned his collar and said, "Honestly, I will go on the next round. Brother Wei is injured. I am the best at fighting. I know that I may die if I lose, but I can't admit defeat and be so shameful." Everyone's expression was frozen, but Li Wei's face did not have any sad expression, not even a trace of depression. He patted the shoulder of the burly man and said, "Fight well. If you lose, we will all go to the underworld to accompany you. Anyway, everyone is the same person. Now there are 5 people in the box. We will all go to accompany you, but I think that if hundreds of people in this venue die together, it should be more lively." Li Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at the lively venue. He looked at the flying gambling sticks and said in a cold voice, "If you lose, I will blow up this venue." "Brother Wei, this is against the rules," a subordinate said in shock. The so-called underworld of Bermuda was a society where the law was basically equivalent to empty words. The most important thing here was the rules. Those rules had been passed down for countless years, along with blood and tears, and had long been ingrained in the blood of the Bermudians. No one doubted them, and no one dared to challenge them. Even Lin Banshan in Bermuda had to show a certain degree of respect for these rules that had been passed down for countless years. This meeting hall did not allow guns to be brought in, and that was the rule. That was why Ji Hua, a notorious arms smuggler, did not dare to bring a gun. It was also the rule to accept defeat, and that was why the leaders of the meeting agreed to this fight with the orphan gang. That was why the loyal subordinates raised doubts about Li Wei. People are going to die. Why bother with the rules? Li Wei said calmly, "And I am from Donglin. Why should I follow the rules of Bermuda?" The burly and honest man of the orphan gang was called Hu Shi. He waved his hand and refused the help of the professional physiotherapist. He walked alone to the back corner of the ring to stretch his body. He jumped in small steps and raised his hands to warm up. As the strongest fighter of the orphan gang, he had participated in several unrestricted fights and had considerable experience. When he noticed the lean boxer on the opposite side of the ring, he, like Li Wei, smelled extreme danger. However, he was not afraid. Even if he lost and died, including the strong man from the Federal Army and the big shots in the top box, the entire venue would be buried with him. Hu Shi thought sadly. Unfortunately, Brother Wei insisted on staying in the box to not arouse the suspicion of the opponent, waiting for the moment of explosion. Dang! 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 The crisp sound of the antique bronze bell rang. A girl in a long white dress walked to the ring and showed the board in her hand. Hu Shi took a deep breath and walked to the end of the passage. He shook his huge head vigorously, and his thick neck made a crisp, cracking sound. A palm was placed on his shoulder. The strength of the hand was so great that he could not move forward. He looked back and found that he could only see a wall. "I'll go next," the man said in a deep voice. Hu Shi looked up in shock. This was the first time he had seen a man who was more burly and stronger than him. The man was like a steel statue, and his muscles were ridiculously strong. A group of men means these are the men I thought they were. Chapter 934. When a computer idiot saw a real, please note that I said a real, computer expert, he would not be too surprised or easily show an expression of admiration, because to him, anyone who could reconfigure the workbench system was an expert. For the same reason, a dwarf would not be too surprised when he saw a giant. He would keep chasing after them, because to him, every ordinary person walking on the street was a giant. But when Gu Shifeng saw Shi Qinghai, she would be surprised because he was a real computer expert. When Hu Shi saw this person, he was also shocked because he was tall and sturdy, but it was the first time in his life that he had seen such a tall and sturdy man. Because he was too shocked, Hu Shi completely forgot to stop him. He looked at the tall and sturdy man walking into the ring and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The second round of the fight, which involved Lin Banshan's most important foundation in Bermuda, two of the most critical freight routes, and countless lives, officially began. The tall and thin man from the Bermuda Conference was dark from head to toe, like an armor plate that had been roasted by flames. Under his smooth but tough skin, slender muscles were hidden, which was the best physique for close combat. The tall and thin boxer did not know that the orphan gang had changed members, and he did not care about these details. As a soldier, he came to Bermuda with a hidden identity. What he needed to do was very simple, and that was to defeat everyone in front of him. With a whoosh, the tall and thin boxer quickly stepped forward, his left knee hitting the outer side of the tall and sturdy man's calf, and his right palm turned into a knife and chopped at the opponent's armpit. The most fatal attack was hidden at his waist, a hidden punch. The opponent was very tall and strong, and was a head and a half taller than him, but the tall and thin boxer did not care at all. In his opinion, these guys from Bermuda who were trained in martial arts only had brute strength. At most, they only knew some superficial skills. Compared to the sharp killing skills honed in the military, it was like a child's game. So he did not care to hold back, and used his best close combat skills to kill in one blow. At the moment when he suddenly attacked with a finger clenched at his waist, he seemed to have seen the scene of his opponent's throat breaking and blood spurting out and falling to the ground. 3 crisp sounds rang out almost at the same time. The tall and thin boxer's knee hit the outside of the opponent's calf where the pain nerve bundle gathered, and the knife in his hand heavily chopped under the opponent's armpit. Then his right foot stepped forward, and the long-prepared left fist suddenly struck out. The fist ruthlessly hit the opponent's throat. No, the tall and skinny boxer's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't understand why the burly man in front of him didn't fall down. His incomparably ruthless 3 consecutive strikes had clearly landed accurately on the opponent's vital points. Why didn't the opponent react at all? At this time, a clear and terrifying pain came from his left wrist. The skinny and tall boxer's face changed dramatically. He found that his left fist, which he was sure to hit, had hit his opponent's chest, which was harder than steel. The moment the whistling sound of the fist wind rose, only a few of the hundreds of people in the venue could see that the burly man simply turned around. It was this simple turn of the body that caused the tall and thin boxer's ruthless 3-hit combo to deviate slightly from the intended target. However, what was puzzling was that even if this person avoided being hit in the vitals, why didn't his body even shake after taking 3 heavy blows? Could it be that his resistance to attacks had reached such a terrifying level? The shock was still lingering in the minds of the audience, and the doubts were still whispering to each other. However, before they could say anything, the following change in the arena made these emotional words instantly turn into a tsunami of exclamations that resounded throughout the entire arena. The burly man who had just displayed an inhuman resistance to attacks displayed an even more terrifying fighting ability in the next moment. At the very beginning, he forcibly resisted his opponent's ruthless 3-hit combo because he believed in his steel-like body. More importantly, he wanted to seize the initiative because he wanted to defeat his opponent in one strike and intimidate the entire audience. Now was the best opportunity. His right arm popped out like a telescopic mechanical arm. His huge palm grabbed the tall and thin boxer's left shoulder like an iron pincer and pulled fiercely. Only a cracking sound could be heard as the tall and thin boxer's left shoulder was forcefully pulled apart. The left arm, which was thicker than a normal person's thigh, whistled through the air in a hugging posture. The tip of his elbow struck the tall and thin boxer's chest. The powerful force passed through this person's muscles, breaking who knew how many ribs in an instant. Puff! A rain of blood fell from the boxing stage. The tall and thin boxer vomited blood and retreated 13 steps. He could no longer support himself and fell to the ground. He gasped for breath, unable to crawl back up. The bloody and cruel scene made everyone present feel an unprecedented chill. There was also blood in the previous fight, but it was far less than this one. The shock brought by this burly man's absolute strength was stronger. The burly man wiped off the blood on his face and slowly walked in front of the boxer. He indifferently reprimanded, "As a soldier of the Federation, you actually work for the Bermuda arms dealer. You are really a disgrace to the army. You actually dare to use the standard close combat skills of the army against me. You are really looking for death." The light shone down from the top of the venue, enveloping the blood-stained boxing stage. It passed through the short stubble of the burly man's head, but it couldn't illuminate his face. The dark and thin boxer looked at the towering figure in front of him. His eyes were filled with panic and fear. He spurted out blood and asked, Which army are you from?" The burly man frowned and expressionlessly walked down from the boxing stage. His name was Xiong Lin Quan, the lieutenant colonel of the new 17th Division of the Federation. He was the number 1 fierce man in the first 7 groups. There was an uproar in the venue. The audience was shocked by the bloody scene on the boxing stage and the cold aura of the burly man. However, the people in the boxes on both sides of the top floor were shocked and guessing the identity of this person. The orphan gang's box was in a mess. Several people looked at the figure in the shadows with excitement and doubt. They wondered who this person was. Why did he fight for Husher? And why did he help them? Li Wei stood by the railing and looked at that place thoughtfully. He felt that the figure was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After all, he won. After the end, he would understand what had happened. He narrowed his eyes and loosened the trigger of the bomb that he had been touching. His palm was full of cold sweat. The big shots in the opposite box were shocked by the sudden appearance of Xiong Linquan, but they certainly wouldn't admit defeat. After a simple discussion, they decided to use the last strong man. I am very sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Tian. Although you are in charge of the safety of Commissioner Descartes, today's matter is related to the interests of the Federation. Please. The official looked at the gray-haired man in front of him and said, "The identity of the opponent's boxer is still under investigation. There should be a result soon." "There is no need." The middle-aged man slowly tied the bandage and turned to look at the official. He said proudly, "Before a fight, I never care about my opponent." The official smiled awkwardly and mustered up the courage to ask, "The people in the box want to know how confident you are in facing that guy." "Confident?" The middle-aged man frowned and looked at him unhappily. He said mockingly, "As someone who has never lost before, my confidence has always been a bit blind." His name was Tian Xingtian, and he was born in the Philadelphia cultivation gym. After being pardoned by the Federation government and leaving the Fox Fortress space prison, he joined the Small Eyes Special Forces and was now the Deputy Ground Service Commander. His confidence and pride came from his past achievements. Tian Xingtian, who claimed to be the third strongest fighter in Philadelphia, had never lost in close combat. However, the moment he stepped into the ring, he suddenly remembered the dark underground tunnel in the Capital Special District 3 years ago. He remembered the fat and tender salmon, remembered the broken helmet and the blood under the helmet, and remembered the Small Eyes man who calmly left without even looking at him. Tian Xingtian's face suddenly became gloomy, and then he realized that his opponent in the ring had changed. Under the dim light, the person's figure was very similar to the man he hated and feared the most. Chapter 935. The lights shone down from the high ceiling of the venue. The figure opposite him was neither tall nor strong, and had nothing to do with the word burly. He just stood there quietly, like a young student in a daze under a tree on campus, ordinary and inconspicuous. But because the figure was similar to the one he hated and feared the most, Tian Xingtian's mood suddenly became extremely bad. With a gloomy face, he lifted the ropes and listened to the starting bell. He walked to the opposite side, ready to tear him into pieces. The figure moved at the same time, taking a step forward in a very normal manner. His knees were slightly bent, and there was a very close distance between his two legs. He made a somewhat strange posture, as if there was an invisible rope tied between his knees. Tian Xingtian roared, raised his right arm like a stone tablet, and unreasonably smashed toward the opponent's head without any fancy moves. For a real master like him, any close-range combat skills were fake. Only strength was the most powerful weapon. The ordinary-looking man standing opposite him obviously had a different fighting philosophy. His feet brushed against the table at an extremely high frequency, and his right hand strangely came out from under his armpit, stabbing forward like a sharp military knife. This was the third and last match, which would determine the winner of the boxing match and the final outcome of the month of blood and fire in Bermuda. However, the two people in the ring were not aware of this. They were not nervous and even did not take it seriously. They walked into the ring full of confidence and made the first move in a simple and even casual manner. What sent chills down one's spine was the scene that happened after that. In the end, it only confirmed that Tian Xingtian's confidence was laughable. This battle-hardened deputy commander of the Small-Eyed Special Forces was known as the third strongest fighter in Philadelphia. When he stepped on the ring, he showed the demeanor of a strong fighter. However, after his first action, he could only do this action forever. His shoulders sank slightly, and just as he raised his strong right arm, he didn't have time to draw the bow and shoot. The ordinary man opposite him had already swept in front of him like a silent bolt of lightning, and then a torrential storm hit him. Meng Qi's fingers struck Tian Xingtian's ribs viciously. He raised his elbow slightly and struck horizontally. Meng Qi took another step forward and struck Tian Xingtian's inner thigh with his knee. His left fist came out of nowhere and smashed into Tian Xingtian's face like a hammer. That ordinary and inconspicuous figure silently arrived. His fingers were like a gale, and his fists were like a shower. His movements were extremely fast, and every movement was so precise that it was beyond the imagination of a normal person. He was more like a machine. This storm of fists and fingers came too fast, so fast that many people felt that their eyes were blurred. It was as if when the ordinary man stepped forward with his right foot, his left elbow, and every part of his body launched an attack at the same time. In less than a second, the ordinary-looking man seemed to have sprouted dozens of arms in an instant. They loosened at the same time and landed densely on Tian Xingtian's face, abdomen, and the tip of his nose. Tian Xingtian was indeed very strong, but in the face of such a terrifying attack, he could not react at all. He could only raise his right arm in vain, his eyes wide open in fear. A more accurate description of the situation would be, the third most powerful man in Philadelphia, Tian Xingtian, was beaten senseless by an ordinary man. Pa, 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 a series of crisp sounds, like the sound of firecrackers, were extremely rhythmic. However, because they were so dense, most people only heard a single syllable explode. The ordinary-looking man retracted his foot and stood calmly with his hands behind his back. In front of him, Tian Xingtian was still maintaining his raised arm posture. However, this posture now looked so ridiculous and pathetic. He was like a performance artist who took off his clothes to play the role of a statue, only to realize that his lower body was not majestic. Thus, he felt ashamed. Before he could express his shame and anger with tears or expressions, Tian Xingtian's stiff body suddenly collapsed like a statue that had its bottom pulled out. His strong body fell to the ground with the sole of his feet as the axis. His body landed heavily on the surface of the ring, making a muffled sound. The force that had smashed into his body like a torrential storm was finally completely released with this collision. The clothes on his body curled up like burning pieces of paper, and then burst apart piece by piece, turning into butterflies fluttering in the air. Tian Xingtian's clothes were torn apart. His naked body was bruised and swollen. His broken nose was bleeding like a bloody peach. He tried his best to open his eyes that were swollen like peaches, but he could only open two small slits to look at the face in the shadow above him. He did not see the face clearly, but he saw the pair of small eyes that had turned into a nightmare. Furthermore, the small eyes of the other party were definitely not the result of being beaten up. Tian Xingtian's throat made a sound. He looked at the other party in horror and cried like a madman, "It's you! It's you! It's you again!" With the last of his strength, the third most powerful man in Philadelphia could not hold on any longer and fainted. The light from the ceiling still shrouded the ring. Although it was dim, it was quiet. It was as if they did not see the frightening scene from before. Or rather, they did not have time to see the scene clearly because everything happened too quickly. The venue was dead silent. Hundreds of people looked at the ring with an expression of disbelief. Many of them did not even see what happened before they realized that everything was over. The ordinary-looking figure stood quietly on the ring like a student. His hands were hanging on both sides of his body, as if he did not make a move at all. However, not far in front of him, the horrible body of the Philadelphia fighter proved everything. The last round ended even faster than the second round. The difference in strength between the two parties could no longer be described as overwhelming. In front of the ordinary-looking man, Tian Xingtian was like a scarecrow that was tied up tightly. This one-sided and extremely humiliating battle was more like an angry parent teaching a disobedient child a lesson. There was still a deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at that inconspicuous figure, guessing in their hearts who he was. In the box on the top floor of the venue, Li Wei looked at the figure in the middle of the ring with excitement. His hands were tightly holding the railing, and his veins were visible. He thought that he would lose this fight, and that he and the orphan gang were only left with death, so he made the decision to die together with them. When he made the decision, he was full of sadness and was not afraid. However, now the situation had changed abruptly. How could he not be excited when he did not have to die? How could he not be excited when he saw the figure that he had grown up with and had not seen for years? In the opposite box, the slightly fat face of Mr. Descartes looked particularly gloomy under the dim light. He angrily threw away the red wine glass in his hand, pointed at Tian Xingtian, who was in the ring below, and asked coldly, "What's going on? Didn't he say that he was the third most powerful man in Philadelphia? How could he be beaten into a pile of mud? What a waste!" The subordinate officer next to him wiped the cold sweat and explained in a trembling voice, "It seems that Lieutenant Colonel Tian's enemy is really powerful. I don't know where he found him." Descartes looked at Ji Hua and several members of the Bermuda Conference in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Who can give me an explanation?" They thought that it was just a formality of a fight, but it suddenly developed to this point. The huge benefits that they were about to get suddenly turned into a bubble. The local tycoons in the box were shocked and furious, but in the face of the Federation's government representative, no one dared to show it. Ji Hua looked at the figure in the ring with an ugly expression and said, "According to the intelligence, Li Wei spent money to invite a master of harmonization of energy from Li Mingxing. It's absolutely impossible for him to be Lieutenant Colonel Tian's opponent, let alone be so powerful." He hesitated for a moment and then suggested, "Mr. Descartes, it seems that this matter needs to be considered in the long run. We first have to find out who the person in the ring is." Descartes frowned and did not speak. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, "Everything must be finished tonight. If you don't have the confidence to eliminate those wandering ghosts on the opposite side, my special forces can join the battle this time." Ji Hua was shocked and hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Mr. Descartes, you probably don't know the rules of Bermuda. This bet has been notarized, and we are willing to—" Before he could finish the words, Descartes indifferently waved his hand and cut him off. He said in an indisputable tone, "There are no rules in front of the Federation government. His Excellency, the President wants you to do it as soon as possible. You must do it immediately." In the dim box, the tycoons of the Bermuda Conference looked at each other in silence. They could see the anger in each other's eyes, as well as a lot of helplessness. Descartes leaned on the railing and looked at the figure in the ring. He cruelly mocked, "I don't know if you can still be so cool when you are shot to death." Just as he said this, the ordinary-looking man in the ring raised his head. He looked in the direction of the box on the top floor and shook his head. He had been slightly lowering his head since he walked into the ring. Even when he was carrying out a terrifying attack, he still maintained this posture. At this time, when he raised his head, the direct light from the ceiling fell on his face for the first time. The soft and dim light illuminated the face that could not be called handsome, reflecting the clear and firm lines of the face and the pair of small eyes. This face was very ordinary and had no special features. However, when matched with the pair of small eyes, it became the most famous face in human society. The venue, which was in a depressing silence, became even more silent than before when the light illuminated this face. Then there was a tsunami-like exclamation. The gambler patted his head in shock and roared, "It's that man!" The waitress covered her mouth in disbelief and shock, trying not to scream. More people exclaimed with mixed emotions, "It's Sulu! Why did he come to Bermuda?" Descartes stood by the railing of the box and looked at the face under the light of the ring. He clearly saw the other side, shaking his head at him. His body suddenly stiffened. The cruel smile on his face had long disappeared, leaving only endless panic. Chapter 936. Hearing the exclamations of the crowd, hearing the names spurting out of countless crimson or pale lips and then penetrating into his ears like a thunderclap, Descartes' body that had been extremely stiff a moment ago suddenly softened. He almost fell to his knees while leaning against the railing. The arm that gripped the railing tightly prevented the high-ranking federal official from doing something so embarrassing. However, the incessant trembling of his arm indicated that the fear in his heart had already surged endlessly like the dark clouds of the dawn star. There was dead silence in the box. He suddenly turned around and stared at the people in the box with crazy eyes. He waved his arms and screamed, "Kill him! No matter what method you use, kill him!" The people in the box understood and sympathized with Mr. Descartes' loss of composure, because their situation was not much better. After confirming the identity of the man standing in the ring, not many people had the strength to stand up from their chairs. They were the leaders of Bermuda, but that man was a legend on the battlefield, and now he was obviously on Li Wei's side. Fortunately, they were far less dangerous than Mr. Descartes. The whole universe knew that the person the Federation government did not want to see the most in these years was the small-eyed man named Sulu in the ring. This bloody war in Bermuda had entered the final stage, and they were about to win, even if it was a despicable victory. Was it going to end because of the appearance of that man in the ring? Countless things had happened in the past 10 years. So the big shots in the box knew how terrifying Su Li's combat strength and tenacity were. They were even willing to admit that they, who had countless subordinates, did not have the courage to fight this man. However, the situation was like this, and they had to fight. Ji Hua frowned and thought quickly. In his calculations, no matter how strong Su Lu was, he was still a normal person. The local armed forces of Bermuda and the support of the Federation government should have more than a 90% chance of winning. As the most famous arms smuggler in this star field, Ji Hua had a ruthless heart that the other big shots in the Bermuda Conference did not have. He glanced at his partner, who was still hesitating, looked at Descartes, and said in a deep voice, "Please give me the command of your special forces, and I promise to kill that man." The panicked expression on Descartes' face relaxed a little as he heard Ji Hua's words. He praised in a trembling voice, "I'll leave everything to you, Mr. Ji Hua." Ji Hua was no longer as flattering, and Descartes was no longer as arrogant and contemptuous. This was no longer the nightclub of the manor, but a venue where Su Lu was present. Just as Ji Hua was about to stand up and prepare for battle, he suddenly noticed a small red dot appearing under the railing beside him. Then the second red dot, the third red dot. The red light spot was very dim and weak. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to notice it in the dim environment of the room. However, if someone were to look closer, they would be able to see that there were two very small ancient letters in the center of the red light spot. XF, like red ants, 3 dim red dots of light quietly entered the room through the wall. They crawled on the sofa and on the bodies of the big shots who did not notice them. They moved smoothly and nimbly, leaving no trace behind. Ji Hua, who was about to get up, saw the red light and sat back down in his chair, dejected. Cold sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead, and his whole body was filled with fear. There were at least 3 modified sniper rifles aimed at the room he was in. He had seen these red dots that looked like red ants and knew that they were the laser calibration points of some kind of modified sniper rifle. He didn't need to look carefully to know that at the center of the red dots, there must be the two ancient letters XF. He even knew that the laser calibration points of this modified sniper rifle could be adjusted to the point where they could be seen with the naked eye. This meant that the snipers outside didn't care about being discovered by the people in the room and were confident that they could control the situation. Jihu was able to see this not only because he was the biggest arms smuggler in Bermuda, but because he was the only one in the entire universe who had sold this kind of gun. The modified sniper rifle that Jihu called TP was the most advanced sniper rifle he had ever seen in his long career as an arms dealer. Other than not being on par with the legendary ACW, it was enough to look down on all similar equipment. TP was not the standard gun of the Federation or the Empire. It came from a mysterious seller. It was a very honorable thing to be able to obtain the exclusive rights to sell this kind of gun, but unfortunately, Jihu didn't dare to show it off in the past 2 years. This was because he had paid the painful price of the explosion of 3 smuggling spaceships. Those lessons were too unforgettable. However, he was so scared now, not only because he was targeted by 3 TP-modified sniper rifles, but also not because of those lessons. It was because only he knew that those guns were sent to the West Woods, to the old mansion in the Way 2 district. Sulu came to Bermuda, and the little princess of the Zhong family should have followed him to Bermuda. Jihu stared at the 3 red dots under his feet and thought to himself, could it be that the Westwood Special Forces have surrounded the venue? Because of this fearful speculation and the fear of the mysterious supplier of the TP-modified sniper rifle, Jihu, who was prepared to join hands with the Federation government to eliminate Sulu, subconsciously looked at the 3 red dots and raised his hands. The thoughts in his mind were completed in an instant. The big shots in the room didn't know what kind of struggle he had gone through in his heart. They frowned and asked a few questions when they saw him raise his hands in a strange manner. Cold sweat slid down Jihu's cheeks. The next moment, he realized that raising his hands in advance to surrender was a wise choice. In the darkest corner of the dim room, 2 faces suddenly appeared in front of everyone like ghosts. One of them pointed a gun at Descartes and said softly, "Everyone, don't move." The room suddenly became tense. The big shots sitting on the sofa looked at the 2 gunmen who had somehow sneaked in. They were shocked and speechless. The door of the room was pushed open from the outside. The corridor light shone into the room and shone on the 2 gunmen. Only then did people realize that they were wearing dark black combat suits, and their faces were painted with camouflage dark paint. They looked like real ghosts. In the soft and scattered corridor light, a wheelchair came in with the sound of a motor. A curly-haired man sat in the wheelchair. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a very thick shotgun could be seen on his lap. Behind the curtain of the sofa on the right side of the room, the small-eyed Special Forces member responsible for protecting Descartes quickly took out the gun at his waist and was ready to shoot when the light shone on the eyes of the 2 gunmen. The elite Special Forces member made the right choice. Unfortunately, he didn't see the 3 smoothly moving red dots and didn't know that there were snipers outside. A slight click came from somewhere on the opposite side of the ceiling. The TP sniper with a silencer fired from a long distance. The elite Special Forces member by the curtain suddenly bounced up and collapsed in the corner. A moment later, blood flowed out from under the sofa. The big shots were shocked by this scene of death. They tightly pursed their lips and sat still on the sofa with serious expressions. Everyone wanted to save face and didn't want to be controlled by others. However, no one dared to be arrogant in front of a sniper rifle. The 2 gunmen, who were as black as ghosts, did not seem to have seen the sniper bullet blowing up the small-eyed elite of the Special Forces. They walked around Descartes expressionlessly and occupied the corner with the largest view in the room. Holding the guns in their hands, they aimed at everyone as suppressive measures. "Who are you?" Descartes, with a pale face, stared at the wheelchair at the door. He looked at the man in the wheelchair whose face was even paler than his own and asked in a trembling voice. The young man in the wheelchair frowned slightly. His pale face was full of hatred. After a long silence, he replied, "Group 7, Da Vinci." Hearing the words Group 7, the atmosphere in the room became even more depressing. Descartes and the Bermuda tycoons didn't know what happened on the Amohua planet, so they didn't expect Group 7 to appear here. Sulu was already very scary. If there was Group 7, which was about to be forgotten but never really forgotten by the world, what would it mean? When Descartes recognized Sulu, he was about to go crazy. When he found that Group 7 was also acting with Sulu, he fell into despair. When people were in despair, it was easy to hallucinate. For example, at this moment, Descartes looked at the wheelchair in front of him, looked at the weak, curly-haired man in the wheelchair, looked at the gun on the man's knee, and realized that the two gunmen behind him didn't pay attention to him at all. If he rushed over to grab the gun, restrain the weak man, and threaten Sulu and Group 7, he should be able to survive. But why was there such a good opportunity? Was this an illusion? No. He opened his eyes wide to confirm that this was not an illusion. This was his last hope. Descartes trembled and howled, like a housewife rushing to the supermarket in the morning to buy limited-time bean pods. He suddenly pounced on the wheelchair. Da Vinci in the wheelchair seemed to have expected this high-ranking Federation official to do this. Just as Descartes' howl was squeezed out of his throat, he quickly picked up the gun on his knee with both hands and pulled the trigger without even aiming. A loud boom resounded. The room was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Descartes' body was sprayed by hundreds of graphite balls fired at close range. He was blown back several meters by the violent force contained in the balls at high speed and heavily hit the railing. Like a broken bamboo, with a crisp crack, Descartes, who came to carry out the president's secret mission, died. His chest and abdomen were a mess. At this time, no one knew if he still remembered the manner and the beautiful woman that the Bermudians gave him, or if he regretted it. The wheelchair came to the front of Descartes' body. Da Vinci spat and looked at the body and said, "I gave you hope, then made you despair. I am playing with you. Let's see if you idiots dare to play with me again." The room was silent. When the leaders of the Bermudian Conference, who were known for their ruthlessness, saw this scene, they didn't have any expression on their faces, but their hearts were extremely cold. Only now did they know that Group 7 was actually so ruthless. Chapter 9:37. Bermuda was a place where one needed to be ruthless in order to survive and grow stronger. At this time, among the big shots sitting in the private room, which one of them was not a first-class ruthless person who was not ruthless and treated ruthlessness as their livelihood. However, when they saw Da Vinci, who was in a wheelchair, kill Descartes with a single shot, they were shocked like never before. They also saw that the three members of Group 7 in the private room had deliberately left an opening for Descartes to give him the illusion that he could escape before firing the shot. These big shots of Bermuda were expressionless, but they had long been anxious. They often saw and even did things like killing people without blinking an eye. But before killing, they had to play with the other party like a cat hunting a mouse. They had to lure the other party into a state of hope, and then cruelly drag the other party into despair. Even they couldn't bear it. Da Vinci withdrew his gaze from Descartes' body and glanced at everyone in the room with a blank expression. The big spear in his hand moved slowly with his gaze, and the black muzzle was full of murderous intent. No one took the lead or signaled. The big shots in the box did not hesitate to raise their hands to surrender. Their movements were so uniform. Their hands were so high, and their willingness to surrender was so full. In the past, These big shots would never make such a humiliating gesture in front of a soldier they looked down on. They had a sniper rifle outside and 2 guns behind them. Even if they surrendered, they would tidy up their clothes, wear an elusive smile on their faces, and slowly say their willingness to compromise. But at this time, they had experienced too many big events and seen too much blood. They knew how dangerous the curly-haired young man in the wheelchair was at this moment. Because of the rules, none of their subordinates entered the venue with guns, so they had no right to bargain or even pretend to be cool. Don't be nervous. This is a personal grudge between us and the Federation government. As the calm voice sounded, Sulu walked into the box. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Descartes' body under the railing. He didn't show any emotion on his face. He looked at the big shots on the sofa with their hands raised and nodded. If they didn't need to be nervous, then in the joke collection passed down by the ancestors of Li Shaoshan, the owner of the department store in the foothill of the Federation, there would be a famous scene missing, and the students in the exam room would smile a lot more. In fact, when they heard the second half of Su Li's sentence, the expressions of the Bermuda leaders with their hands raised suddenly became very interesting, and the nervousness in their hearts increased a little. This is a personal matter between us and the Federation government. In a literal sense, personal grudges naturally refer to grudges that happen between individuals. The focus was on the individual. For example, so-and-so was jealous of so-and-so. For example, Li Pifu cut off Xiao so-and-so's source of wealth. For example, Wei so-and-so and Shimen so-and-so raped so-and-so's wife and daughter. For example, Li Pifu killed the emperor's master. This kind of gratitude and grudges began to ferment layer by layer until they could not live under the same sky. What would it mean if the object of this term was not a person, but the government of the Federation? This was equivalent to saying that Sulu and Group 7 viewed the entire Federation government as one person. As long as the government didn't collapse, this grudge would never end. This was an arrogant and decisive declaration of war. The people in the box were shocked by the hidden valiance in this sentence, and then they immediately felt relieved. If they were to evaluate who had the qualifications and courage to declare war on the entire Federation, then Sulu and his Group 7 would undoubtedly rank first. In fact, this small-eyed man had already done so 3 years ago. Jihu's focus was elsewhere. After a moment of observation, he confirmed that there should be no Westwood's special forces inside or outside the venue that he feared the most. Naturally, he speculated that the reason why the snipers of Group 7 outside had TP-modified sniper rifles was because of the inseparable bridge between Sulu and the Westwoods, the little princess of the Zhong family. Feeling a little more relaxed, he slowly put down his hands, looked at the other party, and said calmly, "Colonel Sulu, I don't know if I can call you that." Sulu nodded. "I don't know why you're interfering in Bermuda's internal affairs, but I think you should know the rules of Bermuda." Jihu frowned and said, "If there was a war, there wouldn't be today's boxing match. Since it was decided that the boxing match would decide the outcome, then we have to follow the rules. I respect you and your team, and I hope you can respect the traditions of Bermuda." Sulu replied, "As an outsider, I respect the rules of Bermuda very much, so we sent people to fight in the boxing match. I even participated in it myself." Looking at the body of Descartes, next to the railing and the gun of the small-eyed man in the distance, he continued, "Unfortunately, after we won the boxing match according to the rules, some people didn't seem to want to follow the rules here. They carried guns, and the militants outside the venue seemed to be gathering." He looked up at the Bermuda leaders on the sofa and said calmly, "Since some of you didn't respect the rules first, I don't need to respect them anymore." The Bermuda leaders in the box looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads with a bitter smile. The other party was obviously prepared and even had a sniper in the ambush. What could they say when the other party refused to let Descartes go? Sulu continued, There's one more thing. Although our target is the Federation government, because I have some relationship with Li Wei in the opposite box, I may have to inconvenience you this time. Can I have a smoke? Ji Hui asked. Go ahead, Su Lu replied. Ji Hui took out a thick stick of tobacco with trembling fingers, lit it, and took a puff. He coughed twice and asked seriously, I have a question. The conference has set up 16 checkpoints and hundreds of guns in this area. How did you sneak in with guns? Su Lu replied, This is probably the difference between professionals and amateurs. Ji Hui put down the thick tobacco in his hand and forced a smile on his pale cheeks. He asked, By inconvenience, do you mean to kill all of us? If this is a war in Bermuda, then I can tell you that this war is over and you are all beheaded. Su Lu calmly explained, but this is just a tactical term. I never thought of killing all of you. Killing hostages has always been the stupidest choice. I just need you to leave with me and announce the end of the war. Capturing us or killing us will not end this war because not all members of the conference are present today. And on this planet, we still have many loyal subordinates who will avenge us. Ji Hui stared into Su Li's eyes and said, I know you are very strong, but you have too few people. You, or Li Wei, can't bear the anger of the entire conference after we die. This is the real reason why you don't kill. You can also understand it this way. My team is indeed too few. It is impossible for less than 10 people to kill all of your combat troops. After saying this, Su Lu paused for a long time and quietly looked at the leaders of the Bermuda Conference on the sofa. When the air in the box was about to condense, he continued in a serious tone, But you know who I am. The room was silent. Everyone listened to his speech in silence. I dared to break into the conference with 6 team members and kidnap you. I dare to let you go. I am not afraid of you going back on your words. You don't have to be afraid. If you suddenly go back on your words after the war is over, you may be able to capture Garth City, take away all of Lin Banshan's assets, and kill my friend Li Wei and his subordinates. But at that time, I will definitely kill all of you, including the members of the conference who are not present today. As long as one of you goes back on your words, I will kill you. Whether you hide in the most remote star region or find a backer like the Emperor of the Empire, I will find you and kill you. Of course, if I am already dead before then, these restrictions will naturally have no power, but before I die, Su Lu said these words that made people feel inexplicably cold. His expression was calm and natural, but his mind suddenly remembered that when he left the Federation 3 years ago, he left a note to Li Xiaotong saying a similar threat. He smiled with emotion and said calmly to the leaders of the Bermuda Conference in front of him, Please believe in my ability to keep my promises and fulfill them. These words hit the ground like a stone, splashing invisible dust and gravel into the ears of the leaders of the Bermuda Conference. They suddenly felt a little difficult to breathe, and their hearts began to beat faster. At this time, in their eyes, Su Li's ordinary face was particularly terrifying, and even his smile was particularly strange and bloodthirsty. The room was silent, and the sofa seemed to be about to be unable to withstand the torture of the pressure. In fact, it was just the trembling of the Bermuda Conference's leaders who were sitting on it that exposed their inner struggle. These leaders of the Bermuda Conference were ruthless and cunning, and they did not care about morality and promises. When they were forced into a desperate situation or the benefits were great enough, they dared to ignore the rules that had been passed down for thousands of years. However, they had to take this threat seriously because the person who spoke was Su Lu. They were indeed unwilling, but in the face of such a simple and direct threat from Su Lu, no matter how unwilling they were, in the end, they would probably become powder under the pressure of the round stone. A casual gust of wind would blow them away without a trace, just like the ashes of a person after death. The red leaf of S2, the little white flower of Ka Chifeng, the revenge from morning to night, the battle between one person and the Federation. Everyone in the world knew Su Li's temperament. They knew that this person would definitely do what he said he would do, and he would definitely do it, no matter how difficult or bumpy it was. On the iron-blooded road paved with hard stones by this small-eyed man, countless members of the Federation, generals, and princes of the Empire had died in his hands. The leaders in the box were the real big shots of the Bermuda Conference, but compared to the names that once shook the universe but now became ghosts, they were nothing. 3 chapters end. I am useless again. I am useless. Chapter 938. In the dead silence, Su Lu suddenly looked at Ji Hua and said with a smile, "Actually, we have dealt with each other before. You should know my habits." Ji Hua was confused. Since he took over the business, he had been smuggling all kinds of firearms. The people he dealt with were either gang leaders or organizations that couldn't be exposed, but he didn't remember meeting them. Su Lu reminded him, "There are 3 ships that disappeared." Ji Hua's expression suddenly stiffened. The thick cigarette that had been burning between his fingers fell to the ground with a bang. He stared at Su Li's face, speechless. As the only distributor of the TP sniper rifle, no one knew how tempted Ji Hua was when he saw this batch of goods. There was even one time when he was tempted by the little red dots and tried to swallow 10 boxes of sniper rifles for himself or sell them to the Federation or the Empire at a high price. However, just as he was preparing to carry out this matter, the 3 most advanced arms smuggling ships under his command suddenly exploded for no reason and turned into ashes in the dark universe. The furious Ji Hua conducted a detailed investigation of this matter and confirmed that there were no outsiders mixed into the 3 ships from the dock to the departure. So, why did these 3 ships explode? At this time, an email from the mysterious supplier of the TP sniper rifle revealed all the answers. The supplier indifferently reminded him that if a similar situation happened again, it wouldn't just be 3 ships that exploded. The mysterious and unimaginable ability of the other party made Ji Hua extremely cautious and honest in the subsequent TP smuggling projects. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that the mysterious supplier was actually related to Su Lu. Ji Hua picked up the thick cigarette from his feet and pressed it into the ashtray to crush it. He looked up at Su Lu and said with a hoarse voice, "I agree with your suggestion." The fiercest and most unruly firearms tycoons had already expressed their submission. The Bermuda tycoons, who had long been shocked by Su Li's words, no one jumped out to express their bravery and fearlessness. "If no one has any objections, please leave with us to find a quiet place. You can discuss with Li Wei how this war should end in a dignified manner and related details." Su Lu explained, "We are outsiders. The negotiation is between you and Li Wei or Lin Banshan." After saying this, he went to the wheelchair, turned it around, and pushed Leonardo out of the room. A heavy military backpack was hanging from the corner of the wheelchair. Inside it were a dozen or so federal military metal identity tags. The owners of these metal tags had all been buried in the smoke and conspiracy of Mo Hua Planet. The wheelchair slowly rolled over Descartes' corpse. Da Vinci coldly glanced at the corpse and calmly placed the big flower spear on his knees. Da Vinci's closest and most loyal team members had all been sacrificed when the 2 NTR camps were ambushed by the special forces of Small Eyes. Although he had managed to keep his life in the Southwest War Zone, the spaceship's medical cabin had not been able to save his 2 legs. He had been forced to amputate them, and there were even some terrible sequelae. Su Lu patted him on the shoulder and didn't say anything. Everyone knew that Descartes was Pabre's loyal dog. In this operation, everyone had deliberately left him for Pabre to kill, because everyone knew that the person who hated the government the most was him in the wheelchair. The corridor was crowded with people. The people who seemed to have disappeared earlier suddenly rushed in. Those bodyguards who didn't carry guns or secretly carried a few guns watched their boss being escorted out by the members of Group 7. They didn't dare to make any big moves. As the wheelchair was pushed forward, under the two black barrels, several Bermuda heroes silently followed. The crowd in the corridor subconsciously separated to two sides. It was like the waves were separated by magic. It wasn't spectacular, but it left a deep impression. At the end of the corridor stood Li Wei and his members of the orphan gang. Those orphans and youths, who were known for being ruthless and fearless, looked at the men walking towards them. They smelled the distinct scent of the iron-blooded military camp on them. There was no longer any indifference and cruelty on their faces, only doubt and vigilance. They helped the orphan gang win the boxing match in the ring and then captured the leaders of the conference. No matter how they looked at it, they should be their friends. They came to help them, but why did they help them? These men, who were obviously from the military, could easily sneak into the venue with guns and capture those terrifying heroes. The strength they showed was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the orphan gang was full of anxiety. Only the ignorant could be fearless, and only the unloved could be fearless. The orphan gang was able to hold on for a month in this war and force the Bermuda Conference into a deadlock because of this temperament. But at this time, they knew that the small-eyed man who was pushing the wheelchair forward was Sulu, so they were afraid and vigilant. People in the underworld had infinite respect for this name, but he was from the Empire. Then were the men around him the legendary Imperial Royal Special Forces? What if the other parties suddenly turned hostile and wanted to occupy Bermuda? At this time, the orphan gang was shocked to find that their leader, Li Wei, didn't seem to see the black barrels of the other party at all. He also ignored the warning glances of the people next to him and just walked forward. Su Lu let go of the hand that was pushing the wheelchair. The two opened their arms and hugged silently, patting each other's back hard to show how much they missed each other. There were many cars, armed men, and powerful guns outside the venue, but Sulu and his team didn't seem to see them at all. They silently boarded the car and drove to the southern suburbs of Garth City. The Bermuda leaders waved their hands to signal their subordinates to stay calm. After making a few phone calls, they followed Li Wei's team to another place. Not accepting the orphan gang's arrangement, Su Lu and his team members chose a hotel in the southern suburbs of Garth City and slept soundly for the night. Zhong Huyen was on the spaceship and was taken care of by Philip. Although most of the people in Bermuda knew that they were coming, they weren't too worried because of the scene in the venue. The next morning, Su Lu woke up, washed up, and had a simple breakfast. He then went to the window and looked at the bleak scenery on the streets and the scenery of a foreign land. The door was pushed open. Su Lu looked at Li Wei's haggard and tired face and said with a smile, "A night of negotiation is more difficult for you than a month of war. I really don't understand why you insist on that dream. When we were young, we saw the gangs in Zhonglo Street. Who needs to negotiate every day?" Li Wei frowned and walked over. He took the teacup from Li Wei's hand and drank 2 mouthfuls. He then handed over a stack of documents and said, "Although we have been arguing about the details for a long time and the medical fees and compensation are a headache, there are basically no major problems. We have agreed to withdraw our troops immediately today." "What is this?" Su Lu looked at the documents in his hand and asked, "The armistice agreement. The other party requires you to sign it. Although I'm the one in charge of the negotiations and we're talking about Brother Mid-Mountain's property, it's obvious that if you don't sign your name, those old guys won't believe it at all." Su Lu smiled, took the carbon pen, and signed his name. After drawing the handwriting, Li Wei took the documents and walked out of the room. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and looked at Su Lu in silence. After a long time, he sighed and said, "I didn't expect to see you again in this life. We are still young. As long as we don't die, we will see each other again. I will immediately send someone over to change your accommodation." Li Wei waved the ceasefire agreement in his hand and said with a smile, "When I come back, if you are well rested, I will take you around. This is now my city. Look at your smelly face." Sula shook his head. When he heard the word around, he was tempted. He had been to Bermuda 3 years ago, but he had never had the opportunity to walk around this strange star field. After thinking for a while, he contacted Philip. "You and Little Watermelon come down and play." At around 10 o'clock, Su Lu and his team members changed hotels. Xiong Lingquan and the others were taken care of by the admiring youngsters of the orphan gang, while he was dragged out by Li Wei without hesitation. The expensive silver Phantom slowly drove on the street. Su Lu curiously looked at the street through the window. The spaceship arrived at Pop Star 2 nights ago, and after landing on the surface, he had been collecting information and preparing for battle. He did not have the opportunity to take a good look at the strange buildings. The architectural style of Bermuda was different from that of the Federation and the Empire. Although it was somewhat similar to the Federation, there was also a big difference. The appearance of each building was very different, and the lines were particularly strange. If one wanted to praise it, it could be said that it was very artistic. If one did not like it, it could be said that it was very deformed. From the southern part of the city to the suburbs, gun holes and bullet marks could be faintly seen on the streets. Because of the war that had lasted for many days, it was full of killing intent. However, in the depths of the side alleys, there was a clear smell of alcohol, mucus, and the like. Su Lu was used to the smell of chaos that was deeply rooted in the flesh of the city. Just like every time he went to the port, his mood would become a little impetuous. Fortunately, the place to drink was very simple and quiet. This was a barbecue stall. It was not open during the day, but when the Silver Phantom, which had become like a protective talisman of Ska City, stopped at the stall, the sleepy boss and the servants immediately showed boundless enthusiasm and excitement on their faces. They quickly set up a small square table on the side of the street. Su Lu and Li Wei had known each other since they were young. When they were young, they mingled together in Zhonglo Street and those mines. Their relationship no longer required any pleasantries. All that was needed was 2 bottles of wine and a few words. "Do you still remember what my dream was when I was young?" Li Wei raised his neck and poured a cup of colorless and transparent liquor into his stomach. The heart-piercing burning sensation instantly stimulated his face to glow. "Of course, I remember. You wanted to become the fiercest black boss in Heshi Province." Su Lu unhurriedly picked up a piece of pig's ear with his chopsticks and slowly chewed it. Then he lifted the wine cup and sipped it. Although it was slow, the cup was still emptied. "I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your earliest dream." Su Lu stared blankly. Then a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. "You wanted to stew all the beef from the black market at Sixjeng's stall." Author's note: Lord Wang Jingla's book review at the top of the book review section needs support. I also need support. I spent an entire night working on the outline for the latter part. When I counted, I found that I had written more than 8,000 words. I still have to write 3 more chapters. I'm really going to die. What kind of support? If you love me, you can hug me. If you love me, you can kiss me. This rule is restricted to girls, regardless of age. Chapter 939. Li Wei also laughed, his fingers rubbing the greasy wine glass. His face was full of nostalgia as he said emotionally, "Yes, this was my original dream. I like Bermuda, other than the fact that it's simpler than the Federation and the rules of reason with fists. The food here is more to my liking. You like meat, I like meat too. In fact, I found that as long as you're human, who doesn't like meat? Of course, I'm talking about the real kind of meat." Li Wei drank a glass of wine and narrowed his eyes as he reminisced about the past. "When I was kidnapped by the Thai family and brought to Bermuda, life was actually pretty good. They didn't mistreat me much, but they refused to give me meat. They probably didn't remember that the young captive was actually not afraid of death. What he was afraid of was not being able to taste meat in a place like Bermuda, where he could eat as much as he wanted." He pointed at the house opposite the barbecue stall and said with a smile, "I was there at that time, smelling the barbecue smell every day." Back then, in order to threaten Su Le, the Madam of Macho's back mountain kidnapped Li Wei from Donglin to Bermuda. For Li Wei, who had never experienced any real danger and lived in the remote Donglin, he could imagine what kind of soul-stirring experience and what kind of painful memories it was. Su Lu raised his glass and drank it. He had never asked about the details of what happened back then. As a brother, he didn't need to ask. "The first time we met at the Federation, you treated me to a barbecue in Wangdu. It tasted good, but it was a pity that there wasn't any real meat." Li Wei wrinkled his nose and sniffed the barbecue smell behind him. He said, "I've never forgotten the smell of this barbecue stall, especially the roasted lamb leg. When I was locked up at that time, I could even hear the sizzling sound of the lamb leg dripping with oil every night." At this moment, the smell of roasted lamb leg and the clear sizzling sound of oil coming from the barbecue stall behind the small table made the two look at each other and smile. Li Wei wiped his mouth and said loudly, "So when I came to Bermuda, the first thing I did was eat roasted lamb leg at this stall for a month. In the end, I vomited." The owner of the barbecue stall heard half of the conversation and deliberately complained, "Master Wei, look at what you're saying. My barbecue leg of lamb is known as the best in the entire universe. Why would you vomit after eating it?" A burst of pleasing and flattering laughter sounded around the barbecue stall. The smile on Li Wei's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Su Lu and said, "Seriously, did you hear that? I am no longer Li Wei, nor am I Brother Wei. I am Master Wei. Eating meat to my heart's content was my initial dream. Being a real mafia boss is my eternal dream. I've already completed the first one, and I've also completed more than half of the latter one. You interfered yesterday, and I can already see the success. I said in the car just now, this city is now mine." Su Li's thick eyebrows slowly furrowed. He put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Li Wei. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Li Wei looked at him angrily and scolded, "I didn't sell drugs. I didn't force women into prostitution. And I didn't kill the innocent. F***CK. You've been nagging like an old man since you were 3 years old. Now we're already 30, and you're still like this. You're so annoying." Su Lu scratched his head and laughed. "What's so annoying about this kind of thing?" The roasted leg of lamb was ready. Li Wei took the plate from behind and cut a piece for Su Lu. He then put a piece into his mouth. He frowned and resisted the urge to vomit. He swallowed a mouthful of wine and said vaguely, "Be serious. Let's be serious. What I want to say is that my life dream has been fulfilled. I know you didn't have any life dreams since you were young, but now that you've made it this far, you must have a lot to do this time. If you need my help, you can't be polite with me. I have no regrets in life now. No regrets. Do you understand? This means that I don't care about anything." It was a very crude and simple sentence, but it was definitely not a jerk. The atmosphere at the small square table was warm. Su Lu looked at Li Wei, who was spitting saliva with his head lowered. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked with a smile, "You don't care that I'm from the Empire? You're a proper member of the Federation. You used to be a hero of the Federation, and I used to be a gangster. Did you care?" Li Wei looked up at him and asked seriously, "After you escaped from the Federation, I thought you would come to Bermuda to find me. I told you before that I would prepare a backup plan for you in Bermuda. Why didn't you come to find me?" Su Lu was silent for a moment before he replied with a smile, "It's indeed inconvenient. I'm not lying to you. I'm now a proper prince of the Empire." F***CK, Li Wei said self-deprecatingly. "I knew it was because of this. I thought you would never see me again after you became the emperor of the Empire. The emperor also has a few poor relatives." Su Lu deliberately mocked. Li Wei mocked back. "Even if you became the emperor, you relied on your parents. Using the word you taught me when I was young, this can only be considered a genital revolution. I'm different from you. The orphan gang's territory was built by me. I admit that Big Brother Mid-Mountain only took a second look at me because of you, but I won't be polite with you on this matter." He raised his glass and said seriously, "My ability is really good. Although it's definitely not as good as yours, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve." Su Lu understood what Li Wei meant. He knew that he would definitely have to return to the Federation to participate in that seemingly hopeless battle, so he wanted to help him. However, Su Lu might accept this kind of help because Li Wei had his own subordinates who needed his protection. Hence, he changed the topic directly. "How have you been in Bermuda these past few years?" Li Wei understood what he meant and simply stopped talking about it. "Not bad. Bermuda is rich in resources. The biggest income is from smuggling to the Federation and the Empire. Irregular trade accounts for more than 90% of the annual income. The most important thing is the cargo route. Because of the war in the Left Sky Galaxy, Bermuda is now a little bleak." Li Wei pointed at the road they came from and explained, "When the war is over, you will see that this place is really lively, especially those cargo spaceships. The density of spaceships taking off and landing every day is so high that it's hard to believe. I know a little about the Federation's smuggling." Su Lu took the knife and began to cut the rest of the roasted lamb leg. He asked, "There are many things I don't understand about the Empire's smuggling. Our Empire's crown prince is now traveling incognito and caring about the economic lives of his subjects." Li Wei joked, "I've seen the smuggling ships of the Empire's nobles." Su Lu put down the knife and gestured with his fingers. He frowned and said, "Those ships are very small and can't carry people at all. And before 72 years of the constitutional era, the Empire had no way to pass through the warp hole. How could they collect money from Bermuda's smugglers and complete such a transaction? Those ships are called shuttles. The probability of safely passing through the Gary corridor is very high." Li Wei put down the wine glass in his hand and shook his head. "You used to be a war hero of the Federation. Don't you know that the Empire has been sending small spaceships carrying the Royal Special Forces to force their way through the warp hole for decades?" Su Lu spread his hands and said, "I do know about this. At that time, I only thought that this method was pushing the elites into a sea of fire. It was too tragic. Could it be that it has something to do with the smuggling on both sides? Even if they were pushing the Royal Special Forces into a sea of fire after 70 years, there were always some lucky ones who survived. They didn't get crushed by the warp hole and escaped the glory of the Charter. In the end, these people all came to Bermuda." Su Lu remembered that Group 7's main combat mission was to use an unofficial identity to fight against the smuggled Imperial Special Forces on the mineral stars in the Bermuda region. Madman, Lee's first battlefield, was also in these places. I don't know how many of the Empire's Royal Special Forces are in Bermuda. Some of them may have disguised themselves as coolies, while others may have become merchants hiding on these planets. Li Wei looked at the buildings under the blue light and said, "There may be people from the Empire in this city. This barbecue stall owner might be one of them. I even suspect that there are people from the Empire among the leaders who didn't participate in the war. If you reveal your identity now and shout that I am the Empire's Crown Prince Su Lu on the street, maybe someone will immediately run out and kneel in front of you with their whole family. They will give you their decades of wealth and guns to pledge their loyalty to you." Su Lu smiled bitterly and filled the glass. More than 60 years ago, there was a former member of the Bermuda Conference who tried to renege on a huge deal. He had many loyal subordinates and powerful guns. He thought that since the Empire's fleet couldn't come over, why should he be afraid of you? What happened next? Su Lu asked with a frown. Later, this former leader was assassinated and finally died. It's that simple. Simple? Li Wei recalled the famous Bermuda story, shook his head, and sighed. Regardless of whether you were eating, visiting prostitutes, or having sex, dozens of Imperial Special Forces hidden in the city hunted you down day and night without regard for their lives. This went on for 3 whole years, and everyone had to die. Su Li's fingers that were holding the glass slightly stiffened. He couldn't help but feel a chill as he thought of the bloody and ruthless hunts of the past years. There were a few such stories in the old days, and the ending of each story was the same. The Empire didn't care how many hidden elites they lost. They just wanted to kill your whole family. Since then, although the smuggling trade between Bermuda and the Empire was still one-sided and unregulated, no one dared to renege on the deal anymore. As for the payment you asked about, because the currency is not universal, the transactions between the two sides are all about the exchange of goods, especially aircraft and related technologies. The Empire offers the highest price. Although Bermuda's standard in this regard is not as good as the Federation, it is better than the Empire. The Federation doesn't care. Many people in Bermuda have always suspected that Lin Banshan suddenly came to Bermuda to supervise this trade on behalf of the Federation. After the incident in February of that year, no one in Bermuda dared to go against his will, and then the import of aviation technology to the Empire completely stopped. Su Lu listened to this, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Chapter 940. Su Lu admired Lin Banshan very much. This admiration was not the kind of reverence that Lin Dohai and Nan Xiangshou had for the second generation of the 7 great families. Instead, it was a faint yearning for a certain kind of bearing that he could not possess. When he first saw the man with mountain-like shoulders in the high-speed train carriage at the first port, he was an ordinary technical director of the Nutshell Company. The other party had been a legend for more than 10 years and had single-handedly made a name for himself in the world. After a few years of occasional contact, he went from a technical director to a felon of the Federation to the successor of the Army God. However, Lin Banshan was still Lin Banshan. There seemed to be no obvious difference between the two, but he had to admit that the man's aura seemed to be born naturally. Standing there, he was like a mountain. Just by looking at him from a distance, he could see his elegant demeanor. It was something that a mine-pit stone like him could never learn. At this time, when he heard the rumors from Bermuda, he couldn't help but think of a certain Federation rumor that Tai Ziyuan had once told him. Before the former director of the Bureau of Proclamation retired, his favorite candidate was not Cui Jiadong, who had been an assistant for many years, but Lin Banshan, who had no connection to the Bureau of Proclamation in the eyes of outsiders. Su Lu frowned. narrowed his eyes, and said thoughtfully, "The Federation can do whatever they want in a foreign land like Bermuda. Lin Banshan is really not simple." "Of course not." Li Wei looked at him and said seriously, "No matter how strong you are, even if you become the crown prince of the empire, I can still treat you as a brother. But for someone like Lin Banshan, even if he wanted to treat me as a brother, I wouldn't dare. He seems to be born to be below others. For example, in a venue, even if he sits quietly in the last row, everyone will think that the last row is the front row. You have a very high opinion of him, and he is very artistic," Su Lu said with a smile. Li Wei shrugged, drank the wine in front of him, and said with emotion, "Because that person is very artistic. Bermuda often describes his vision as being dedicated to appreciating beauty in the universe. Don't you think this is sour? But this is really apartment. All the people of Bermuda, including the big shots you saw at the meeting yesterday, if they were to tell the truth, they would definitely believe that Lin Banshan is most suitable for the job. It's either the president of the Federation or the emperor of the empire." Su Lu gently held the wine glass and smiled. Could it be because of this temperament that Lin Banshan refused to be the director of the Bureau of Proclamation? Li Wei continued. "But to him, being the president and emperor is the stupidest thing to do. There's no point in being responsible for the country and the people. It's not as comfortable as being the king of the underworld in Bermuda." Su Lu shook his head and said, "Everyone has their own responsibilities. Lin Banshan broke out of the family and became the rarest rebel of the 7 great families. He seemed to have no feelings for the family, but he still wanted to protect his useless younger brother. Now, he still wants to return to the Federation to fight the government on behalf of the family." Li Wei smiled and did not continue the topic. He said casually, "Now, Brother Banshan's son is still in Garth City. His favorite woman is called Li Ferong. Coincidentally, she has the same surname as me. A few days ago, she wanted to recognize me as her brother, but I refused. But do you want to see them?" Su Lu replied, "No, I'm here in Bermuda for business." Speaking of business, although the armistice agreement has been signed, those old guys in the meeting will definitely not dare to go back on their words in a short time. But what if the Federation government directly sends people over? Even if the charter states that they are dead, they can still think of other ways. I don't have the confidence to go against the federal army." A worried look appeared on Li Wei's face. Su Lu admitted that his worries were justified. The Federation's charter clearly stated that the government could not interfere in the internal affairs of Bermuda. However, the arrival of Descartes and the mercenaries under Nutshell showed that these restrictions were just a thin layer of fiber paper with no real binding force. "That's why I'm here." He looked at Li Wei and said, "After Lin Banshan left Bermuda, the biggest influence on this star field is not the Federation or the Empire, but the West Woods." Li Wei vaguely guessed what he meant. He frowned and asked, "In the past few years, many of the troops loyal to the Zhong family in the West Woods have been transferred to the front lines. I also heard that the capital ring has been controlling the amount of strategic supplies and weapons. You should have heard of the Iron Fortune Teller. In the past 3 years, they have been secretly and openly supporting the Zhong family in the West Woods. As long as they have money, it is possible. The basic equipment of the West Woods military is still guaranteed. Of course, their current strength is definitely not as strong as when Commander Zhong was still alive, but it is not difficult to intimidate Bermuda." After a long silence, Li Wei sighed and said, "That's good." Su Lu asked curiously, "What's good?" "Abducting girls is great, especially abducting Silin's Zhong family's little princess for 3 years. That's the best thing. With just a few words, I can be sure that Silin's military will send troops over to support me." Li Wei shook his head and sighed. "When I was in Wangdu, I saw her. She left a deep impression. That little girl is the first person I have ever seen in my life who has not seen pirated discs. She is indeed the little princess of the Westwoods Zhong family. He asked very seriously. I saw her before I left the hotel. The little girl has grown up and become very beautiful. When are you going to make your move? He looked very serious, but in fact, he was very shameless. Su Lu glared at him. Li Wei shrugged indifferently, then looked at him seriously and asked, "At such a tense time, you can't have appeared in Bermuda just to support me. In fact, before you came, you probably didn't know that I was in danger. What do you want to do?" This time, there are 4 things besides the Westwoods. Su Lu frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, "I want to find a way out for my brothers. Going to war with the Federation government is very dangerous. Once we fail, even if we are lucky enough to survive, my brothers and the team will no longer be able to find any foothold in the Federation. Bermuda is their only backup, their only way out." Speaking of this, he remembered that when they left Ink Flower Planet, in order to leave Paul and the 2 Imperial soldiers behind, the spaceship did not directly fly out of the atmosphere. When they landed at the Imperial headquarters, Xiong Linquan and the others' faces were very ugly. "They can't go to the Empire." Su Lu looked at Li Wei and said, "If that day comes, I will entrust all of Xiong, Lin Xuan's brothers, to you. I hope you can treat them well." "No problem," Li Wei replied with a smile. "You know that one of the important reasons I came to Bermuda is to leave you a way out. Since you can't use it now, it's not a waste to let your brothers use it." Then he excitedly added, "In the future, with a group of 7 men wandering the streets, who would dare to provoke me? I really want to advise you on this matter." "Virtue," Su Lu said with a smile. "The 4th reason is that I want to see you and see if this oldest friend of mine still has this virtue." Li Wei did not laugh. He noticed that Su Lu did not say the reason, but did not ask. He said in a deep voice, "You seem to be saying your last words. It's inauspicious. In the past, when I was in the Federal Army, before 3320 went on a mission, before I went to kill Macklin, there were many times when I left my will like today. I even wrote 2 copies of my will." Su Lu smiled and continued, "But I'm still alive now. I left the Empire on a ship, passed through the Gary Corridor, avoided the glory of the Charter, and came to your territory. I'm sitting in front of you alive, eating barbecue and drinking with you." He patted Li Wei on the shoulder and said seriously, "It's really difficult for smelly and indestructible Eastwood Mine pit stones like you and me to die." After the emotional hug with Paul on Mo Hua Planet, Su Lu and his sister, Huai Chaosher, had a conversation that no one knew about. In that conversation, the angry and disappointed princess sternly opposed Su Li's stupid decision to return to the Federation to fight for those outlanders and tried to use the most powerful means to turn this objection into reality. Su Lu did not resist, but when Huai Chaosher's fist was about to hit his head, he said something very similar to the above sentence. He said it very sincerely, so sincerely that he felt that he was a stone that would not die. However, the edges of the white stones in the Eastwood Mine pit would be weathered by time. The stones on the top of Cocky Peak would slowly collapse under the light of the stars in the vacuum. The hardest diamond would be worn out into a tacky appearance. It would be worn on the finger of a woman to show her pride and stubbornness. How could there be a stone that would exist forever in this universe? At the small square table of the barbecue stall, the brothers who had not met for a long time no longer repeated the seemingly firm and powerful conversation that was, in fact, too complicated and tasteless. They officially began to drink and compete in drinking. When they were tipsy, they began to recall bits and pieces of their childhood, like old men. For ordinary men, 30 years old was the prime of their life. However, For Su Lu and Li Wei, they had come from the remote and desolate Eastwood mine pit to the starry sky. In just 30 years, they had experienced stories that ordinary people would never experience in their lifetime. They were still young, and their mentality was not old, but the past suddenly became extremely distant. If they did not try to recall it, they were afraid that they would forget it. Why was the green hills of the Heshi region so beautiful? How could such a lush shrub grow on the barren red soil? Why were the stones in the depths of the mine so smelly, so much so that the Eastwood stone became synonymous with smelly and hard? This was all thanks to the Eastwood orphans who had been peeing all year round. The two drunk men helped each other out of the barbecue stall, walked into the alley, unzipped their pants, and began to pee in broad daylight. Li Wei drank until he vomited, but he insisted that it was because the roasted lamb leg was too fishy. Su Lu also drank until he vomited. He had never thought about whether the qi in his body could dissolve the alcohol. Even if it could, he would not bear to, because what he drank today was not just wine, of course. It was also not some damned loneliness, but the past. It was a very sour word, but that was what the two boys at the small, square table of the barbecue stall thought. Every time they thought that they would never be able to return to the days when they were little boys, which man would not secretly feel sour in his heart. Both of them were in high spirits as they returned to the hotel. However, just as they entered the hotel lobby, a 15 or 16-year-old youth saw the drunk Li Wei and did not hide the disgust on his face. He frowned and reprimanded, "Why are you so drunk? You know what kind of situation you are in, but you are not cautious." The boy's clothes were simple but expensive, purely hand-sewn. It was obvious that his family was not ordinary. At this moment in Bermuda, he actually dared to treat Li Wei with such an attitude. That could not be described as simple. Su Lu, who was drunk, did not see the boy's clothes clearly. This boy dared to be rude to Li Wei. His eyebrows slowly raised, but when he noticed the next scene, his thick eyebrows suddenly smoothed out, but his eyes narrowed. This was because he saw that the boy in front of him was holding a fair and delicate hand. Zhong Huiyan's small hand. Chapter 941. The young man reprimanded Li Wei with a sullen face. His tone was slow, and he did not use any insulting words. However, Li Wei and his orphan gang were ruthless characters that no one in the city dared to underestimate. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old, yet he reprimanded them like this. The contempt was very clear. Li Wei had been at the bottom of society since he was young, and he had always maintained certain principles and refused to cross the line. He had always been more tolerant of women and children who did not know better. He respected the father of the boy in front of him very much, but this did not mean that he did not have a temper. When the leader of the orphan gang was reprimanded like this, he did not dare to lose his temper. He raised his head and stared at the boy in front of him. He gradually sobered up. His eyes were as bright and clear as when he was young, but there was no trace of emotion. At this moment, a charming young woman in her 30s hurried over. She saw the scene in front of her, and her face suddenly changed color. She quickly stood in front of the boy and gave Li Wei an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Brother Wei. You know that children nowadays are really immature." Li Wei was silent for a moment and replied with a smile, "Sister Farong is right." The boy was a little embarrassed to be reprimanded by his elder. Just as he was about to say something, he saw his aunt turn around and glare at him. Her eyes were cold and stern. As the woman who had been with Lin Banshan for the longest time, Li Farong had never been able to become Lin Banshan's official wife. Now that she was old, she was not favored. However, her position in the hearts of the people of Bermuda was still very high. Li Farong once again expressed her sincere apology to Li Wei. With her status, She did not need to do so. However, she was very clear that after Lin Banshan left Bermuda, the originally unknown leader of the orphan gang, in front of her, had sacrificed a lot for the safety of her and the boy beside her. He had sacrificed a lot to protect Lin Banshan's foundation. The adults present expressed their apologies and gratitude. They carefully repaired their relationship with each other to avoid affecting the overall situation. The boy's gloomy face was gloomy. His eyes were full of indifference as he looked coldly into the distance. No one noticed that Su Li's eyes narrowed. Only Zhong Huiyan noticed it. Dressed in a white dress, she was like an innocent and well-behaved princess, allowing the boy to gently hold her hand as if he was holding a treasure. Under her neat black bangs that were like watermelon skin, there was a cunning light in her eyes. She carefully and joyfully paid attention to Su Li's expression. When Su Lu narrowed his eyes, it meant that he felt extreme danger or made a great decision. His enemies would often sense his determination from this small action and feel the cold danger. At this moment, his raised eyebrows fell and his eyes narrowed. It only represented one emotion, and that was anger. He stared at the hands of the young man and woman holding each other. His mind was occupied by anger and drunkenness. He did not notice that Zhong Huiyan was secretly looking at him at this time. Her eyes were shining with a light that revealed the truth. Thump, thump, thump. His hard-soled leather boots collided with the hotel's smooth floor, making crisp and hard sounds. He walked forward with a sullen face. He was too lazy to speak. He directly grabbed Zhong Huiyan's left hand and pulled her back to his side. A gust of wind blew, because the boy treasured his little female companion. He was ecstatic that she let him hold her hand. He was so nervous that he only dared to gently hold 3 of her fingers, so he did not react at all. When he realized that the beautiful girl had been pulled away, he felt that his hand was empty, just like his heart was empty. He raised his head in shock and looked at the boorish man in front of him who reeked of alcohol. His chest rose and fell angrily, but in order to maintain his composure, he forcibly suppressed his temper and asked coldly, "Uncle, what do you want to do?" The boy was called Lin Shihua. He was Lin Banshan's only son. Because he had such a father, he had been cherished and protected by countless elders since he was young, whether it was on Popstar or when he occasionally returned to the Federation's Lin family mansion to visit relatives. He was surrounded and protected by countless people of the same age. In a place like Bermuda, Lin Shihua was a privileged person like the Crown Prince. He enjoyed all kinds of wealth and enjoyed all kinds of luxuries, including those women who had golden flowers in their eyes. He did not have any friends of the same age as him, and he disdained to look for so-called friends. He even scoffed at things like love, until this morning, when he saw the girl in a white dress by the floor-to-ceiling window in his hotel lobby. He looked at the lonely expression on the girl's pure face, and just like that, he fell for her. Every father downstairs saw a nervous little boy who was preparing to send his daughter to school for the first time. Every brother saw a stinky boy who climbed into the cinema for the first time. These were definitely bad memories that men did not want to remember the most. For similar reasons, when Su Lu saw Zhong Huiyan's little hand being held by the boy in the hotel lobby, his mood was very bad. When he heard the boy call him an uncle, his bad mood became even worse. Su Lu raised his empty left hand and slapped the boy's head heavily without any trace of politeness. He lectured, "How old are you? How dare you learn how to stir up trouble everywhere?" Lin Shihua was stunned. He had lived for 16 years and had never been hit before. Only after half a day did the dull pain on his head remind him that he had really been hit. "You're crazy. How dare you hit me?" Lin Shihua did not shout like the other rich kids. You know who my father is? On one hand, it was because his father had sternly reprimanded him for making such a stupid declaration that had no technical or aesthetic value. On the other hand, it was because he always thought that the people who were qualified to enter this hotel definitely knew who he was. Slap! Su Lu did not hold back and slapped the boy's head heavily again. He said, "There aren't many people in this world that I don't dare to hit." Lin Shihua rubbed his throbbing head. He was so shocked that he almost forgot how to make an angry expression. Then he noticed that Zhong Huiyen's little white hand was still being held tightly by the drunkard. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Later, you better beg for a quick death." When he said this, Lin Shihua looked at Su Lu as if he was looking at a corpse in a pile of dog feces. It was abnormally cold. Standing beside Su Lu, Zhong Huiyen kept her head down in silence. Her drooping black hair hid a sweet smile. To her, holding hands with her brother was a very normal thing. The key was that he had pulled her to his side, so abruptly, standing in a position that seemed to belong to her forever. It felt really good. Because she was immersed in joy, she did not notice the beginning of the conversation. Then, she was awakened by Lin Shifeng's words. She suddenly raised her head and stared at the boy opposite her with a frown. She said coldly, "This is my brother. Who do you want to die?" Lin Shihua was stunned. He looked at the girl opposite him. Her furrowed brows were so beautiful. Although she was angry, she was still so moving. Then he suddenly remembered what she had said. This drunkard was her brother? When one was infatuated with a pearl, one had to be extra protective of the gift box that contained the pearl. After a short while, Lin Shihua decided to let the drunkard go. However, the proud boy who had never been hit in his life still could not get rid of the anger in his heart. He frowned and looked at Su Lu. "Uncle, no, big brother. Although you are Guagua's brother, I don't think you can so rudely oppose me dating her. You have to know that we are no longer children. I'll say something you might not like to hear, but we are in the rebellious phase of youth. Can you solve this by suppressing us? Besides, at this time, Clockwork had already lowered his head and pretended to be shy. He clutched the corner of Su Li's clothes tightly. He did not look, but he could guess that the boy's gaze was getting more and more angry and provocative. Su Lu saw the mocking provocation in the boy's eyes as he calmly narrated the story. He also felt a strong sense of possessiveness. He narrowed his eyes and raised his hand again. Pa, 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 pa. He hit the boy's head 4 times and frowned. "I killed people when I was 10 and fled when I was 16. I was wanted by the entire universe for my entire adolescence. You want to compete with me in terms of rebelliousness? Have you grown all your hair?" Li Feirong had been talking to Li Wei. By the time she noticed the conflict, it was already too late. She watched as Lin Shihua's head was being hit like a sandbag by that man. Her face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly pulled Lin Shihua into her arms and gently rubbed the back of his head. She looked at the boy's eyes that were tearing up from the pain. Her expression was calm, but her heart was filled with anger. This was a child that even Lin Banshan could not bear to hit. She did not even dare to hit him. She did not raise her head, nor did she bother to do so. She secretly made a decision. Even if this drunkard was Li Wei's friend, he had to pay the price. She said in a low voice, "Mister, there are some things that should not be done even if you are drunk. Seeing that you are the elder brother of that young lady, I advise you to know how to respect the matters of young people. If an adult wants to forcefully interfere, his elders will also interfere. There is no respect in this world for no reason. If my son were to chase after Lin Banshan's daughter, I would definitely respect him." Li Feirong raised her head in shock and anger. She wondered who this person was. After knowing that this child was Lin Banshan's son, He still dared to be so arrogant. Sulu looked at the familiar face. He had already guessed the identity of the boy, but his face remained expressionless. He said, "This little fart, which elder wants to interfere in this matter. So what if it's Lin Banshan? Although the tiger in the West Woods is no longer around, there are still many elders around my family." Li Feirong looked at the pair of small eyes that left a deep impression on her. She then looked at the black-haired girl beside him and guessed that she was the little princess of the Zhong family. She covered her mouth in shock. Su Lu turned his head to look at Lin Shihua, who was holding his head. He said, "What is a real rebel? Learn from your father. Throw away all your family background and still dare to go around seducing young ladies. That is a real rebel." Lin Shihua did not understand these words. He only felt anger, pain, and grievance. He grabbed Li Feirong's hand and shouted, "Auntie, no one has ever dared to hit me. I already said that there is no one in this world that I dare not hit." Su Lu unceremoniously slapped him again. He frowned and said, "This is really strange. I admire Lin Banshan so much. A few years ago, I helped him discipline his brother, and now I have to help him discipline his son." Li Feirong quickly pulled Lin Shihua behind her, but she did not dare to show any signs of anger. One had to know that the image of Su Lu pointing a gun at Lin Daohai in the manor had left a deep impression on her. That conflict was because Lin Daohai had tried to assassinate Su Lu in the West Woods. After that, when everyone thought that this matter would be forgotten, Su Lu ended his dinner with Jian Shu'er and Tai Ziyuan and led Group 7 to surround the manor. Even when Lin Banshan called to plead for mercy, it was useless. That was until the heads of the 7 families lowered their noble heads to show that they had lost. It was this incident that made Li Feirong realize that this small-eyed man did not have the concept of family background or power. The problem was that Su Lu and Group 7 were in the right during that incident, but today's situation was completely unreasonable. Li Feirong could not help but add another evaluation of Su Lu, who had been missing for 3 years. Unreasonable. Looking at Lin Shihua, who was in the arms of a mature woman, Su Lu shook his head. Like a strict father, he unreasonably shouted to Zhong Huiyan, who was beside him, "Go back to the room." In front of everyone except Philip, Zhong Huiyan had always given Su Lu face. Hearing this thunderous roar, she obediently held his hand and left. Returning to the luxurious suite on the top floor, there was no one else. Zhong Huiyan did not need to give Su Lu any face. She stood in front of the sofa, her hands on her slender waist. She lowered her head and looked at him with interest. Her beautiful black hair hung in front of her slightly raised chest, and her eyes were full of youthfulness. Su Lu, who had drunk too much wine, was thirsty and confused. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the delicate little face in front of him. He vaguely felt that something big was about to happen. "Brother!" Zhong Huiyan held her face and stared at his face. She shouted loudly, "When we were in the Empire, you said that I would one day fall in love with another boy. Then why did you hit him just now? Why do you care if I fall in love?" Su Lu was at a loss for words. In order to hide his awkwardness, he poured a glass of water from the table and drank it very slowly. Then he found that the girl was still in that questioning position with her head lowered, so he very obediently moved back under her gaze. "It's like this." After thinking for a while, he tried to explain, "Of course you have to fall in love, but you have to find a suitable partner. That little brat is called Lin Shihua, right? Don't be fooled by his appearance. If you think about it with your brain, you will know that a man who grew up in this kind of environment has nothing in his mind other than synthetic meat. Although his father is an amazing person, he will at most become a gang leader in the future. As your legal guardian, I will not allow this to happen." It was rare for him to have such a long speech, but Zhong Huiyen's cool words retorted, "Your best friend is just a gang leader." Su Lu reached out and pushed the girl's hair away from her face. He looked at the delicate little face full of anger and said with difficulty, "You are still too young. Even if you want to fall in love, you have to wait until you are 16 years old. No, you have to wait until you are 18 years old before you are allowed to fall in love. Of course, the other party has to be approved by me." Zhong Huiyen stood up straight and looked at him with a cold smile. She said, "Brother, you don't want me to fall in love. You just want to tie me to your side." Su Lu angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhong Huiyen pointed at him with her fingertips. "Your behavior just now shows that you are jealous. You are really crazy." Su Lu laughed. The coolness on Zhong Huiyen's face had long disappeared without a trace. She sweetly said, "You are jealous. When you see other boys holding my hand, you are unhappy." Su Lu looked at the sweet smile on the girl's face. His eyebrows slowly creased. He spread out his hands and said, "If your father was alive, he would not be happy just now either." Zhong Huiyen did not pay attention to his explanation. She giggled, and like a little bird flying back to its nest, she comfortably snuggled in his arms and sweetly said, "Brother, just admit that you like me. We are not really related by blood, so there is no shame." Smelling the faint fragrance floating to his nose and feeling the youthful body in his arms, Su Lu gently hugged her, just like when they were children. He suddenly found that the nutrition ratio that Philip had made in the past few years was really good. The little girl in his arms had developed well after entering puberty. She was tender, soft, and warm. Su Lu suddenly woke up and found that there was something wrong with his previous absent-mindedness. He frowned and put her on the sofa. He said, "You are a big girl, but you don't feel ashamed." "Yes, I am not afraid of being ashamed." "What are you afraid of?" Zhong Huiyen angrily put her head behind his shoulder and looked at him. She said, "That year, you held my hand in the rain at the airport. You held my hand in the mountains. You also held me on the spaceship. You also held me in the amusement park. I know that I was a little girl at that time, so you could hold my hand. And now, I am growing up day by day. You rarely hold my hand, let alone hold me. I don't like it. I would rather not have grown up." Zhong Huiyen's eyes were slightly red. She looked at him and said calmly, "But people always have to grow up. I am not afraid of being ashamed. I just like to hold you." Su Lu helplessly spread out his hands. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only sigh softly. "I like you," Zhong Huiyen said with certainty and firmness. "I also know that you like me, whether it is because you are afraid of being gossiped about, or because you are suppressed by the pedantic and even stupid views of love and marriage in your mind that you don't dare to admit it. Don't try to refuse me, because you are the only one in the world who has seen my naked body. Do you remember how many times you have bathed me since I was a child? How many times have you brazenly seen my body while I was bathing?" Zhong Huiyen bravely stared into Su Li's eyes. Her smooth and white cheeks revealed two blushes of shyness, like fresh apples on the branches. "Brother, you have combed my hair and washed my underwear. Even when I had my first period, you were by my side. Until today, I still remember how warm your hand was when you put it on my lower abdomen. My parents are dead. You are my only family in the world. But brother, you are not my biological brother, so you have to be responsible for me. You have to marry me." Su Lu, supported by the toughest stone spirit in the universe, reluctantly listened to the girl's shy and brave confession. He was stupefied for a long time. Suddenly, he understood the matter. He waved his arms and protested. "You were only 5 years old when I bathed you, and Shang Qiu was there that night. I said when I was young that I liked Shang Qiu. I didn't mind her being my mistress. Zhong Huiyan smiled sweetly. Her bright eyes curved into two crescent moons. Then she slightly raised her chin and proudly and coldly asked, "You don't have to be responsible for things that happened when I was 5 years old. Or are you saying that you can ignore me now that I am 15 years old?" Su Lu rubbed her head and said with a bitter smile, "Good girl. Do you know how many sisters-in-law you already have? If I don't die when I go back this time, there will be more trouble. You can just let me go, okay?" "It is because I am going back to the Federation soon, and I need to see those women that I am anxious. I am going back to the West Woods. Who will look after you?" Zhong Huiyan angrily escaped from his evil hands. She raised her white sleeve to wipe the tears on her cheeks and shouted, "It will be best if you go back to the Federation and find that they are all married." Then Su Lu wanted to say that it would be best, but when he was about to say it, he subconsciously sighed. "That's not very good, is it?" Zhong Huiyan suddenly raised her head and looked at him very seriously. After a moment of silence, she said, "Brother, it is really dangerous to go back to the Federation this time. You may really die. Before you die, can you promise me one last wish?" "No," Su Lu said resolutely. Zhong Huiyan angrily picked up a pillow to cover her burning face and protested in a muffled voice. "It took me a lot of courage to say this. You don't know that my last wish is to be your woman. Why did you say no?" Su Lu looked at the eyes blinking behind the pillow and felt that this was the cute little girl. He said with a smile, "Because I will never die." Zhong Huiyan threw away the pillow and said mockingly, "You only know how to copy your teacher's famous words." "Brother, when you were young, you lived in the Eastwoods called the Clock Tower Street, right?" "Yes." "Do you know why the Clock Tower Street is called that?" "Because when human society was exploring, the main battleship of the 4th Military Region that was carrying out a mission inexplicably crashed, leaving only an antique clock." Zhong Huiyan cutely tapped the tip of her nose and said, "The commander of the 4th Military Region is my ancestor. What a coincidence, right?" Hearing this, Su Lu realized that the story of the origin of the name of the Clock Tower Street was actually related to the Zhong family of the West Woods. "I also know that when my ancestor saw the explosion when the battleship crashed, he once said something. Later, it became a famous quote that you Eastwoods people use to pretend to be cool." Su Lu repeated with a smile, "My mood is lonelier than Huiyan." Zhong Huiyan moved her body and lay on his chest. From a very close distance, she looked at his face and said, "My name is Zhong Huiyan." Su Lu felt the heartbeat of the girl in his arms and asked, "And then?" "The East Woods and the West Woods are separated by countless galaxies, facing each other on opposite sides of the universe. They are so far away that they can't be further away. But the amazing thing is that the places we live and the stories we tell seem to be connected. This connection is very strong. It is so strong that the first person I met on the ancient clock tower when I was young could only be you." A big fugitive meeting a small fugitive. This is the arrangement of fate. Brother, this kind of thing is something you can't avoid. Zhong Huiyan leaned on his strong chest and said slowly with her eyes closed. Because she was too tired, she fell into a deep sleep with tears on her face. Su Lu silently looked at the girl in his arms and thought of the girl in white who held a doll under the stars many years ago. He couldn't help but feel a little lost. So 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The temperature of the suite was set low. Zhong Huiyan's hand felt a little cold. In her sleep, she subconsciously put her hand into Su Li's collar and pressed it against his warm and strong chest. Then, like a playful cat, she gently scratched it. Probably because the feeling and temperature were good, the girl's lips curled up and showed a satisfied and sweet smile. Sulu looked at the smile on her face and couldn't help but smile slightly. He whispered, "When you were 10 years old, I thought that in the future there would be a lot of annoying little boys with pimples on their faces chasing you." He pulled out his numb arm and gently moved his fingers. With a thought, he slowly drew on Zhong Huiyen's thin eyebrows with his fingertips. After a long silence, he calmly said, "If you were still awake, you might be happy to hear this sentence. At that time, I was very unhappy when I imagined that scene, but I have to admit that it is indeed different from when I saw that scene before. Because he drank too much and listened to too many confessions from girls that he didn't know how to respond, Su Li's head was a little dizzy. He took a pillow and put it behind his neck. After looking at the ceiling for more than 10 seconds, he fell asleep quietly. The next morning, the light blue starlight penetrated the bulletproof glass and occupied every corner of the room. The siblings on the sofa slowly fell down. They woke up almost at the same time. Zhong Huiyen found that her left hand was comfortably stroking in Su Li's arms. She shyly pulled it out and then rushed into the bathroom with a bashful smile while rubbing her messy hair. Su Lu stood up and stretched his arms to get rid of the soreness of last night. Then he glanced at the closed door of the bathroom and thought with a smile that the little girl's expression would make her rush out of the door in a while. He held his waist and shyly told himself to forget all the words she had said yesterday and not to think about them again. He sighed with emotion and thought that the words he heard last night were beautiful notes in life that could only be listened to quietly but not grasped. Half an hour later, Zhong Huiyen finished washing up and then walked out of the bathroom. Without any hesitation, she went directly to Su Lu. The light beige windbreaker decorated the girl's waistline very charming. She had very light makeup on her face, which was rare, and her eyebrows and eyes were particularly beautiful. She held her hands nervously and looked at Su Lu very seriously and said, "To me, what I said yesterday is probably just an episode in my life. But please remember that this will definitely be the main melody of my life." Looking at the closed door and thinking about the girl's declaration before she left, Su Lu, who was in the light blue light, was extremely stiff. He still maintained his comical posture with his arms raised. At this moment, he even felt that he had forgotten what the movements Uncle Feng Yu had taught him were. Just as he turned into a stone statue, the metal piece in his ear that had stopped vibrating for a long time came again. It became a clear sound that transmitted into his brain through his eardrums. But today, the sound was very emotional. I'm really not good at writing this plot. I wrote it the whole night and almost died. But I had to write it because the spies have been doing this since the first chapter. Zhonglo Street, including the sentence that was ridiculed by countless people, was lonelier than fireworks. It was all for Zhong Huiyen. For me, the heroine of this book has always been Zhong Huiyen. It has never changed. It has nothing to do with what I'm raised. It has to do with my hobbies. What I like most is the intimate relationship between siblings. This should be the influence of love in blue. Ing Xiu wrote about it. Qing Yunian wrote about it. And the spies also wrote about it. In the next book, I will write about it officially. But Little Watermelon is really too small, and I'm really not good at writing these things. So when I was suffering this night, I kept thinking about Xia Huanyang's Heart of Rebirth. Chapter 942. On a broken black spaceship far outside the atmosphere of Popstar, Philip, who was alone, shouted to a stone statue in a luxurious suite on the top floor of a hotel on the ground through long-distance communication. Although I no longer have the ability to peek at everything that happens in this world, at least I can hear it. I have to say that the story last night was really wonderful. This story was so wonderful that I had to break the tacit understanding between you and me. I came to express my admiration and congratulations. Philip's thin and clear voice suddenly became extremely serious. But no matter how touching the girl's confession is, you must control yourself. You can't be a beast. She is only 15 years old. Su Li's silence clearly made Philip, who was not proficient in human emotions, make some kind of wrong judgment. She screamed in panic, "Su Li, you can't really mess around. If you dare to mess around, when I return to the Federation, I will tell Jian Shui'er about what you did. Tell Shangqiu, tell Man Xiangmei, and tell your first love, Zhang Xiaoming. If you push me too far, I will sell you to Mr. Tian." The statue in the suite called Su Lu was finally revived by someone's scream. He covered his ears and roared, "Die! Can't you see that I am annoyed?" After a long time of sound similar to the background noise of the universe, Philip's resentful voice sounded again. "Why are you so fierce? Do you want me to play a romance movie episode for you? It's a real romance movie, not the kind you like to watch. How about it?" A few days later, Zhong Huiyan seemed to have returned to normal. When she was with Su Lu, she was well-behaved and calm. She never talked about the main theme of the movie again. After a long time of thinking, Su Lu felt that he did not have the ability to deal with this kind of thing. So, he decided to pretend that he did not hear the confession that night. If he could return to the Federation alive and set foot on a better tomorrow, there would naturally be those women to help him solve the problem. As for the problems that might be caused by those women, let's just pretend that those problems don't exist, he thought as he put on his hat and sunglasses and wandered around Bermuda with Li Wei. Bermuda, which had just experienced a tragic war, regained its peace at a shocking speed. The atmosphere of singing and dancing quickly occupied all the streets and alleys. Su Lu, who was wandering between the streets of the casino, looked at the world that was completely different from a few days ago. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion, wondering how the self-healing ability of human society could be so strong. Xiong Lingquan and the members of Team 7 were also very puzzled. They had been warmly received by the Bermuda authorities, and although they were enjoying a rare moment of happiness and debauchery, they still couldn't understand why Su Lu wanted them to stay in Bermuda for so long instead of directly returning to the Federation at such a tense time. "Because I need to make some preparations." On the tarmac of the spaceport, Su Lu explained to his team members. Hearing Philip's order to get ready, he stepped forward and hugged Li Wei. Then, he boarded the spaceship and held Zhong Huiyan's small hand in his right hand. A black spaceship that seemed to be composed of countless garbage cans slowly and silently landed on a remote mineral planet in Bermuda. The dust on the low-gravity planet was blown everywhere, covering the huge channel-like dock with a thin layer of dust that was quickly cleaned by an automatic cleaning device. The hatch at the bottom of the black spaceship opened, and the team members wearing full space infantry suits followed Su Lu out. They curiously looked at everything around them through their helmets. The equipment is perfect, and the power system is very advanced. Gu Shifeng looked at the repair arm in front of them and praised. He had already guessed that this was the boss' secret base, but he couldn't understand why such a large base would appear here. This place has nothing to do with the Empire, and there are no remnants of the previous civilization. After entering the dock's control room, the 5 people removed their heavy vacuum helmets. Su Lu gave a simple explanation and didn't go into any more details. However, for Xiong Lingquan and Gu Shifeng, since Su Lu said that this base had nothing to do with the Empire, it was enough. The origin of this base was actually an extremely interesting story. 3 years ago, an armed smuggler in Bermuda was robbed by a tri-winged spaceship. Just as he was in despair, Li Jiedu successfully forced the charter computer to reboot at the Federation Bureau of Proclamation. The tri-winged spaceship instantly became an ice-cold metal body that no one could control. The greedy armed merchant knew how advanced the tri-winged spaceship was and wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Thus, he dragged the tri-winged spaceship back to his secret dock and prepared to cut it up for research. The dock couldn't do anything to the tri-winged spaceship. Then one day, the old man, or Philip, woke up in the tri-winged spaceship. Under the shocked gazes of the Bermudians, he flew to the Federation covered in dust and began to rescue Private Sue Lu. At the end of the story, Philip rescued Sue Lu from the Federation. Before the three of them left to wander the universe, the tri-winged spaceship quietly returned to the dock. From then on, the dock became Philip's secret base, and the armed merchant and his subordinates were easily subdued. The tri-winged spaceship was divided into 7 small high-speed spaceships, and Philip left 9 computing programs to manage the dock and the spaceships on his behalf. The 7 spaceships began to sweep the many smuggling routes. After all, Philip had been doing this kind of business for many years and was already very familiar with it. Through long-distance communication, Sue Lu and the other 2 could control the 7 spaceships and send clear orders to the Bermudians in the base. With the continuous influx of resources, the old dock began to expand at a terrifying speed, and a simple military factory began to be built in the northern hemisphere of the abandoned mineral planet. The TP-modified sniper rifle was designed by Philip and Sue Lu together, and then produced by this simple military factory. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the charter, they deliberately chose the Bermudian arms magnate Ji Hua to deliver it to the West Woods. Although the Bermudian armed merchant had never been able to access the core secrets of the base, he had made a lot of money from it, which was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. Before the tri-winged spaceship landed at the base today, they had already informed the Bermudians to evacuate, so Xiong Lin Quan and the others saw that the base was empty. The roar of the metal structure rang out, and the team members stood by the window and watched the continuous flow of goods from the tri-winged spaceship into the base through the self-propelled cargo path. They watched as hundreds of boxes of purified crystal were sent into the spaceship, and their faces were extremely shocked. Mountain Pow asked in surprise, "Boss, have you been a smuggler for the past 3 years?" Sue Lu, who was checking the details of the electronic records on the workbench, nodded and replied in a low voice, "Although I never care about these things, it can be said that I have stolen a lot of things in the past 3 years and sold most of them. By the way, there is a batch of Li Ban's special grade silk in the inventory that I stole last year. If you want to give it to your girlfriend, then take a few tons with you later." A few tons of silk? Xiong Lin Quan rubbed his aching forehead, thinking to himself, "So this is the reason why you don't want to be a hero in the Federation or an emperor in the Empire." Chapter 943. After loading and unloading the smuggled ores, the base that had been converted from an old shipyard did not quiet down. A loud rumble came from the sparse air, and everyone could feel it through the floor-to-ceiling observation windows. Xiong Lin Quan and the others looked out the window and saw a pile of metal components slowly rising from the horizon of the light yellow mineral planet. These metal components did not have a regular shape, and under the black armor, traces of corrosion could be faintly seen. They looked like trash. Even if they were scrap metal, such a large amount of trash suddenly pouring into the base still gave them a fright. The 5 of them looked at each other and very naturally connected this pile of trash to the giant spaceship in front of the shipyard. This was because the spaceship was indeed no different from scrap metal. Just as they had guessed, the giant lifting and maintenance equipment in the shipyard began to move. Dozens of thick mechanical arms extended from both sides of the shipyard, grabbing the metal components on the edge and slowly lifting them to the outside of the spaceship. Thousands of fireworks-like welding flames lit up the surroundings of the shipyard. The black, tattered spaceship was like a piece of clothing that had been worn for countless years. Countless heavy metal components were sewn onto its body with hard, heavy graphite or cores, and welding patterns. As time passed, more and more black metal components were hanging on the outside of the tattered spaceship. The heavy components were piled up like bottles and jars, dense and ugly. The spaceship suddenly looked like a tired old man in a Bermuda garbage dump. Xiong Linquan and the others looked at the scene outside the window. They watched as the metal components the size of apartment buildings were randomly pieced together and welded onto the spaceship. They watched as the former Bureau of Proclamation tri-winged spaceship that they had been on for many days became bigger and uglier in this old shipyard. They could not help but be dumbfounded. What's the use of hanging so many trash components on the spaceship? Xiong Linquan recalled the scene of the black, tattered spaceship wreaking havoc in S1 3 years ago. He scratched his head and asked, "Is the boss really going to use this spaceship to crash into the official residence?" The spaceship installation work in the shipyard was simple and boring. Although the scene was shocking, it was unavoidable to get tired of it after seeing it so many times. The team members silently carried on with the work at hand, no longer looking out the window from time to time. Gu Shifeng used her electronic notebook to record the numerical curves on the workbench. After confirming that there were no problems with the power supply of the shipyard, she ended the mission for this period. She sat back in her chair, somewhat tired, and gently placed her feet on the workbench. Gu Shifeng lit a cigarette and took a sip of coffee. She squinted her eyes and looked out of the window. There was no entertainment in the old shipyard. After the patrol ended, Xiong Linquan brought Mountain Pao and the others back to the control room. He took Gu Shifeng's coffee and took a sip, then took out a pack of cigarettes and gave them to his team members. Xiong Linquan held the cigarette in his mouth and quickly disassembled the TP sniper rifle in his hand. His eyes were a little blurred by the smoke. He twisted open the pulse ignition valve and took out the carbon composite tube. Xiong Linquan held it between two fingers and observed it under the light for a moment. He squinted his eyes and said, "The sniper rifle designed by the boss is indeed fierce, but we don't have enough people. We can't gather enough firepower. It's not bad for assassination when we get back to the Federation, but it won't make much of a difference if we have to face the special forces of Small Eyes head-on." Flicking away the remaining cigarette in his hand, Xiong Linquan frowned as he looked out the window at the busy installation scene in the shipyard. He couldn't help but say, gloomily, "So many resources and energy are all used to put on a jacket for the three-wingers. Even if this isn't a jacket, but a real bulletproof vest, it still won't be enough to fight the Federal fleet. I don't know what the boss is thinking. It would be even better if there were a few MXs. The boss said that this shipyard has nothing to do with the Empire, which means that this is all the result of his work alone." Gu Shifeng shook her head and said, "Any weapon or equipment, even if it looks simple to you, is a very troublesome system project. Without the support of the entire system's cutting-edge technology and a large industrial base, it's already incredible that he can make a TP, let alone something like a military mech. Other than the Federation and the Empire, who has this ability? Don't the people of Bermuda want it?" The black spaceship in the old shipyard outside the window had become bigger and uglier at a visible speed in the past few days. In fact, it seemed to be growing a little bit with every passing minute. The size of the spaceship had become extremely terrifying. Just from its appearance alone, it seemed like it could fit several Parliament hills. Xiong Linquan looked out the window at the giant spaceship that took up most of the sky. Feeling the insignificance of the human body, he couldn't help but frown and say, "Are we really going to charge into the capital ring like this? The problem is that the bigger the spaceship, the easier it is to be discovered by the glory of the Charter, and the easier it is to be hit by the battleship's main cannon." At this moment, Su Lu pushed open the door and walked in. He had been busy with modifying the spaceship with Philip on the upper level of the shipyard for the past 2 days, so he didn't hear the discussion of his team members, nor did he know of Xiong Lin's worries. Walking to the window, Su Lu supported his waist and moved his sore body, looking at the shadow of the giant spaceship that was gradually taking shape, or rather, gradually taking shape. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He turned to the others and said, "This ship has been following this for a very long time. But now it no longer looks like a three-winged ship, so I want to give it a new name. I haven't thought of one yet. Do any of you have any objections?" Gu Shifeng shrugged and said, "Boss, you know that whether it's naming people or battleships, it's always the most difficult thing." Pearl said, "We'll go back to the Federation with Boss. How about we call it Group 7? "No." Monkey shook his head and said mockingly, "How can a battleship be called Group 7 if the team is called Group 7? In the future, when both sides are firing at each other, if you say you're Group 7 Pearl, people will think you're a battleship communicator. Then what do you think is domineering?" Monkey waved his arms and said proudly, "Universe 7. Xiong Lin Quan did not join in the discussion. He walked silently to Su Li's side and expressed his concern with a serious expression. "The ship's body is too big. It's easy for the charter to discover it and be hit." Su Lu calmly explained, "To the glory of the charter, no matter how small the spaceship is, it will still be discovered. But to us, the bigger the ship, the smaller it will become in the future." What kind of *T logic was that? Xiong Lin Quan stared blankly at Su Li's face and could not help but sigh. "Boss, you've really become a third-rate philosopher." There was a gentle breeze on the abandoned mineral planet. It was not rustling, but still solemn and stirring. The giant shadow that enveloped the entire old dock gradually became smaller. Accompanied by thousands of tons of dust, the giant black broken spaceship, or rather, Universe 7, slowly and resolutely left the ground and flew into the pitch-black universe. In the deepest control cabin of the spaceship, the alarm signal sounded. Everyone undid the flowing restraints on their bodies and began to adapt to the feeling of false gravity. Because of the existence of Philip, the team members had never entered the control cabin. At this time, only Su Lu and Zhong Huiyan were there. This time, going deep into Bermuda, I feel more and more that it relies too much on the Federation and has no power to protect itself. If the Gary Corridor warp hole can protect Bermuda from being annexed by the Empire, why hasn't the Federation eaten up Bermuda, this mineral-rich star field, for thousands of years? A slender mechanical arm swayed, slightly in front of him, as if a professor was shaking his head to express his mockery. A delicate voice sounded in the cabin. "The Federation's charter stipulates that Bermuda is absolutely independent. Even if the Federation wants to go around the charter and annex Bermuda, they still need to ask the charter computer for permission." In other words, when the human civilization began to rebuild in this star field, the one who protected Bermuda was never the Bermudians, but the charter. It used to be me, but now it's that piece of scrap metal under the Bureau of Proclamation. Su Lu asked, "If the civilization of this star field is inherited from the Group of 5 and the biomarker library in the battleship, why did the Group of 5 look at Bermuda differently, using the reference chip to supervise human society to prevent human society from going down the path of destruction like the ancestral civilization? This is the true spirit of the charter," Philip calmly explained. When the Group of 5 was rebuilding human civilization in the upper forest tri-star system, they chose the charter computer, which is me, to carry out this kind of supervision work. They required that an identity chip be implanted behind the neck of every person. But this practice is without precedent and experience. It can even be said that they are conducting a new experiment on human society. Although some of the 5 guys on the spaceship are lustful, some like to drink, some like to eat fish, and some like to eat meat. The one thing they have in common is that they are all shut-ins. The shut-ins always like to be cautious when doing things, so they decided to set aside a star field for the so-called free people. This is the origin of Bermuda. So that's how it is. Sulu sighed. The more I know about the secrets of humanity's pioneering period, the more I feel that the group of statues in the Charter Square is really amazing. Without those 5 people, how could humanity survive in the upper forest tri-star system? Philip ridiculed. If those 5 guys were still alive, they would be very happy to hear your evaluation. They always thought that shut-ins can save the world. Back then, the group of 5's experimental design of the blueprint of humanity's new civilization was very shocking to Sulu, but Zhong Huiyan, who had been quietly listening to the story, was only concerned about another thing. Su Fei, what is a shut-in? First, please don't call me Su Fei. You can call me Xiao Fei. Second, shut-in is a very cultural term with deep meanings. It's very difficult to explain. This kind of contemptuous and sarcastic conversation had happened countless times on this broken spaceship in the past 3 years. Zhong Huiyan and Philip seemed to always be able to find a new topic to attack each other. And every time that happened, Su Lu, who was dizzy from the noise, always felt that he had raised a pair of stubborn twins, which made him very uncomfortable. He waved his hand to stop another debate, looked at the probe on the top of the mechanical arm with a serious expression, and asked, "The earthquake under the BG plateau of Emo Hua planet, what is the result of your calculation?" Philip was silent for a long time, and then replied, "I lack enough calculation nodes, and I don't have a complete database for comparison. But according to the data collected, especially the air particle data collected above the BG plateau, I can only say that the result of the vague speculation is very bad." "What result?" "The specific situation is unknown." Philip directly replied, "What I can tell you is that there may have been a bad bomb under the BG plateau." Su Li's eyes narrowed, and after a long silence, he asked, "Is it the kind of bad bomb you told me before that destroyed the ancestral planet?" "It's not that powerful, so it's not a big bad guy. But a little bad guy," Philip replied, "but a little bad guy is also very troublesome. After returning to the Federation, you do your thing, and I do mine, so I have to stop it." After a short pause, Philip said seriously, "What I don't understand the most is why the piece of scrap metal under the Bureau of Proclamation was not found." Zhong Huiyan opened her eyes wide and said, "Maybe it's because you're not here and the charter computer is not as good as before. Although it's a lot of roundabout, I still want to thank you for your rare praise." Philip's voice was emotionless. "But don't forget, I've been observing that piece of scrap metal for the past 3 years through various methods, and I can confirm that not only has it not become stupid, it's even more difficult to deal with than before. Outside the window was the dark universe. A long space voyage was not always a beautiful journey under the gaze of the stars." Su Lu looked out of the window in silence. Looking at the Federation in front of him that could not be seen at all, he suddenly asked, "How confident are you?" The control cabin suddenly became extremely quiet. Su Li's question directly involved the war after returning to the Federation, and whether there was even a sliver of a chance. After a long time, Philip's slender and calm voice broke the silence. "The central database under the Bureau of Proclamation has 3 more layers of filters, and it's very difficult for me to hack into the core program. But with that person's help, I can easily read the thoughts of that piece of scrap metal. Although the confidence is not high, it's still there. It doesn't matter how much, as long as it's there, we have to try." After 11, 3 Federation Universe standards, the broken black spaceship passed through the invisible border, left the Bermuda star system, and officially entered the Federation star system. This space was extremely far away from the Federation forward base, and there was no way to see the alloy fortress the size of an asteroid. There was only a series of pearl-like charter information checkpoints, and they were quietly arranged in front of it. For some reason, the broken black spaceship did not choose to avoid these charter checkpoints, nor did it choose to hide its existence and carefully sneak through the gaps in the glory of the charter. Instead, it simply charged through. The huge spaceship blocked the light of the nearest star of the Hunter-Rabbit star system behind it, casting a terrifying shadow on those charter checkpoints. At the checkpoints, the officers under the Bureau of Proclamation were scanning the passage and watching the passengers returning from Bermuda when they suddenly noticed the shadow. They turned their heads to look out the window, and then they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A mountain-like pile of black metal trash flew over with an overwhelming shadow silently and solemnly flying over their heads toward the Capitol ring. Chapter 944. On the outskirts of the Capitol Special District, at the center of the dense network of lines that looked like the roots of a 10,000-year-old giant tree, in the center of the Federation's charter computer, the two-dimensional light curtain hanging in the magnificent underground space like a flag did not move in the wind, nor did it crack in the earthquake. It was calm and indifferent, as if it would not change from the beginning of the universe until its destruction. For some reason, the green data waterfall that was flowing smoothly had a very brief moment of stagnation. 3,333 seconds later, in the box-like square building on the ground in the distance, a sharp siren rang out. The siren was mixed with a clear mechanical and electronic synthesized sound, indicating that this was the first sequence of events. The director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Chui Jiadong, looked at his subordinates who were anxiously walking through the work hall like ants. With a pale face, he reprimanded in a deep voice, "From now on, all external communications are prohibited. Strengthen the monitoring of all key departments. Speed up the data collection, and then bypass the procedures and directly report to the higher-ups." This is the first sequence of events equivalent to the invasion of the empire. The president's official residence was shrouded in wind and snow. The lawn in front of the terrace had long been covered by snow. There was no color to be found, no matter whether it was green or yellow. Time had entered the first month of the 76th year of the constitutional calendar. The Federation government was under great pressure. It could even be described as being swayed by the wind and rain. But it was the first time that the staff in the official residence saw the expression on Director Breen's face so stiff. It was also very rare to hear the voice of the president sternly reprimanding the officials in the Oval Office. Waving his hand to signal his most loyal subordinate to leave the office, President Pabre rubbed his somewhat numb cheeks hard. Compared to when he was just elected president, he had lost a lot of weight. For the first time, traces of aging appeared on his tanned face. He looked at the blurry picture on the table, looked at the huge broken spaceship that looked like a garbage mountain, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. He remembered the picture of the terrifyingly fast spaceship crossing the surface of planet S1 3 years ago. Then he remembered the scene 4 years ago when the small-eyed man returned from the Empire. Hundreds of millions of people at home and on the streets excitedly watched the live broadcast. That time, the Federation warmly welcomed the return of the hero. What about this time? Yes, Mr. President. According to your instructions, the 4th Fleet has left the base and is heading to the star region 56 LYI determined by the charter computer to intercept. I assure you that the main cannons of the Twin Moons base have been activated and are on standby, regardless of whether that 3-winged battleship is as fast as before. The Army is confident that we can destroy it. We will never let it enter the Capitol ring. In a heavily guarded building in the western suburbs of the capital, General Lee Jae-do, chairman of the Federation's Joint Chiefs of Staff and 1st Military Region, slowly hung up the phone. Then, through the top-secret command system, He issued one order after another calmly and clearly. There was no sign of nervousness on his face at all. Tapping on the standby button of the system, Lee Jae-do dragged a picture into the hologram desktop. He looked at the blurry picture of a huge black spaceship that was like the shadow of the abyss before the radiance of the Hunter-Rabbit system's star. The corner of his lips slowly revealed a mocking smile. What's the point of a pile of trash returning? Countless orders were sent from the Federation's capital to every corner of the universe. Somewhere in the dark space, the Fourth Fleet began to slowly adjust the posture of the ship. Then, it suddenly accelerated. Accompanied by the blue exhaust flames of the crystal engine, it silently flew toward the star region 56 LY at high speed. The Fourth Fleet was personally organized by General Hong Yuliang, the commander-in-chief of the Federation Fleet. Because it was responsible for the vital mission of defending the capital ring, the fleet had sufficient energy and an astonishing number of main cannons. Almost at the same time, on the two sides of S1, which had been orbiting opposite each other for hundreds of millions of years and rarely appeared under the same sky at the same time, facing the deep universe, dozens of devices that looked like oil wells slowly rose to the surface. Heavy alloy valves slowly opened amidst the dust and smoke. The ground troops stationed on the various planets of the Federation raised their alert level at the same time. None of the troops knew what was going on. They just followed the orders of their superiors and began to prepare for battle. Countless MX military mechas with a metallic luster began to perform self-check procedures. The roar of the dual engines resounded throughout the military camp. On the hologram deep underground of the Bureau of Proclamation, the eye that had not opened for 3 years once again appeared in the dense and flowing waterfall of green data. It looked up without the slightest emotion, as if saying, "You're back." Because of the return of the junk spaceship, the entire Federation began to prepare for battle. An inexplicable sense of nervousness appeared in many places. At this time, in the distant universe, the black junk spaceship was also having its final preparation meeting. This star region near Bermuda was still extremely far from Upper Forest, but it was extremely close to the West Woods. The Federation fleet could not possibly arrive so quickly, and other than the reorganized fleet, it was difficult for anything to threaten this junk spaceship. Therefore, the members in the cabin were not nervous. Su Li's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the men as he silently counted in his heart Xiong Lin Quan, Gu Shifeng, Da Vinci, Mountain Pao, Pearl, Monkey, Dongfang Yu, and an NTR member of the 17th Division. That was everyone. Our purpose in returning to the Federation this time is to avenge our dead brothers and make President Pabre and the government pay the price. As Su Li's voice rang out in the cabin, the members who were laughing and smoking turned serious. Da Vinci took the military backpack next to his wheelchair and patted it. The metal identity tag in the backpack made a crisp sound, as if the souls of the dead members of Group 7 were replying, "We heard you." You want to bring down the Federation government with just these few people? You guys are still so naive. Your goals are always so grand and unrealistic. Dongfang Yu mocked from the corner. After escaping from the southwest of Mo Hua planet, everyone was used to this guy's occasional sarcasm. After all, they had gone through life and death together for such a long time, so no one could be bothered with him. You can't say that our goal in returning to the Federation is to not have any cavities. Su Lu spread his hands and said, helplessly. Dongfang Yu stood up with the help of the cabin wall and said seriously, as the battle planner and supreme commander, "You should know that fewer people should die." After a moment of silence, Su Lu replied, "I understand what you mean. After all, I am a person of the Empire. I promise you that this time, I will strive to have the least number of people die. I will definitely not cause a civil war in the Federation. After doing the battle mobilization that was not needed anymore, Su Lu returned to the control cabin. Rubbing his tired face, he sat cross-legged and looked out of the window in a daze. Zhong Huiyan walked over and sat down quietly beside him. For some reason, there was a bright red flower in her hair today, contrasting with her fair and delicate face. She looked particularly young and attractive. When the red flower entered his eyes, Su Lu suddenly remembered some scenes from the past. He smiled bitterly and said, "Where did the flowers come from?" "Su Fei made them. There are still a lot of them in the biological cultivation cabin below." Su Lu frowned and said, "We will definitely need help when we return to the Federation, but I don't know if they can trust me, a person of the Empire. I am only good at fighting, but not good at planning. Actually, I am a little frustrated at this time." In the Federation, he had fought countless battles, but at that time, he had companions like Tai Ziyuan, who were well-versed in the art of politics. Most importantly, he had a female military advisor who could be trusted in all aspects. In the Wangdu apartment, in the Linyuan, every time the red flower or the red dress came into view, many of the problems that troubled him became very simple. Perhaps it was because of this reason that when he saw the red flower in Zhong Huiyan's hair, he could not help but express his confusion. He did not expect the little watermelon to suddenly transform into cool Zouyu. He just wanted to vent his troubles. "The reason why you are frustrated at this time is actually very simple." Zhong Huiyan looked at him and smiled. "Brother, you think too highly of yourself in Group 7, but in the end, you realize that this importance is fake. If you want to change the Federation, to be honest, all of you together are not as useful as me." Su Lu knew that this was the truth. The return of the little princess of the Zhong family in the West must be very difficult for the Federation government to deal with. "I can guess the plan that you haven't told me." Zhong Huiyan looked into his eyes and sighed. "You must be going back to assassinate President Pabre and Li Jiedu." Su Lu touched the back of his head and admitted, "This is indeed my plan." As expected, Zhong Huiyan opened her eyes wide and said with emotion, "Can you be a little more mature? This concerns billions of people in the Federation. Is your plan that simple?" Su Lu said with a smile, "Lao Bai said that my greatest strength is that I can simplify complicated things." Seeing that Zhong Huiyan's expression was a little ugly, he quickly spread his hands and asked seriously, "Well, if you were to handle it, what would be the arrangement?" Zhong Huiyan took out a few pieces of coconut bread from her bag and placed them on the table. She said seriously, "Human society has never been a whole. If the Federation is simply divided, it can be roughly divided into 6 parts. The government, Parliament Hill, the Bureau of Proclamation, the 7 great families, the media, and the people. If you want a bad person to receive justice, you must first make him lose all power in his hands." In other words, the direct goal of returning to the Federation this time is to make President Pabre step down and change the entire government. To make the Federation president step down during his term of office, other than being assassinated by people like you, there is only one way, and that is to be impeached. Last year, the Federation Management Committee started the impeachment process against President Pabre, but it didn't pass. Mother once told me to never underestimate the influence that Madam has on the Federation. She even said that the Federation's Parliament Hill is actually the back of the mountain. If that's the case, then I'm sure that Lady Tai didn't do her best in last year's impeachment case. Her silence during this time doesn't mean that she is backing down, but that she feels that it's not the time to launch a thunderous strike. What kind of opportunity is Lady Tai waiting for? What is she afraid of? It's very simple. She is afraid of President Pabre's influence among the people. She has been silently waiting for the day when the people stay away from Pabre. The Silent March movement has become more and more influential, especially after the bloody incident in Nankashao. However, it still can't cause a devastating blow to the president's reputation. In the past 6 months, the heaviest blow to the Federation government was the special edition of the capital's Special District Daily. If the investigation of the antique bell could continue, and the newspaper could continue to reveal the truth, the reputation of the president and the government would be ruined. Unfortunately, the only 2 people who dared to report the news are now in custody. Another key point is the Patriot Act. If this act can be abolished, the Federation government will lose most of its secret power. Abolishing the Patriot Act requires an unconstitutional lawsuit. Coincidentally, the only unconstitutional lawsuit scheduled in the Supreme Court in the past 6 months is Bob. The people no longer support Pabre, and the government will lose the secret power needed to rule. This is the opportunity that Madam has been waiting for. Su Lu frowned and asked, "It seems to be nonsense. What should we do?" Zhong Huiyan said angrily, "Of course we should rescue Bob and Wood and hand them over to Tai Ziyuan so that they can start reporting and fighting the lawsuit again." "That simple?" Su Lu said. "This plan doesn't seem complicated." "It's called clear, not simple," Zhong Huiyan corrected him seriously. Su Lu frowned and said, "If those 2 people can solve so many problems, why hasn't Lady Tai done anything yet?" "I don't know about that." Zhong Huiyan frowned and explained, "But I believe that as long as you rescue those 2 people, you will definitely benefit a lot. The evidence of Macklin and the antique bell was given to them by you." Su Lu corrected her. "It was that hooligan Mr. Shi." Zhong Huiyan's plan sounded very reasonable, but in Su Li's view, any battle was always full of countless unknowns. For example, he could not find a reasonable answer as to why Bob and Wood had not been rescued. However, looking at the girl who was frowning and thinking, and looking at the big red flower in her hair, he could not help but think of Zhou Yu, the military counselor, who was once the closest to him. He thought of the past and friends in the Federation, and a smile appeared on his face. "Do you know that your smile just now was really lewd?" Zhong Huiyan glared at him and said angrily, "Thinking of Zhou Yu? I knew that you were hiding something shameful in your heart. She is your brother's woman. Can you not be so beastly? Is there anything more beastly than agreeing to your request?" Su Lu reprimanded angrily. Zhong Huiyan lowered her head and muttered, "Anyway, I am not worse than Zhou Yu." After a moment of silence, Su Lu said with a serious expression, "In fact, the most important reason is the attitude of the federal military. I think that the reason why no one dared to rescue Bob and Wood was because the 7 families did not dare to anger the military at this time. What if the federal army made their attitude clear? When a group of mechas surrounded Parliament Hill, who would dare to let the impeachment pass? If Pabre is really forced into a desperate situation, is it possible for him to mobilize the troops to wipe out the 7 families? This was the most tragic outcome, but it was also the most likely outcome. Otherwise, no matter what, the Federation government would not transfer Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7 Division back to S1 under the tense situation at the front lines. Uncle Tian still has a lot of troops in the West Woods. The Li family and Su Fei have been secretly supporting them. When I return to the West Woods, the Zhong family will not collapse unless the Federation government dares to start a civil war. But I can't say for the other families." Su Lu was silent. As a lowly orphan, he had never liked those big families. Fighting with the 7 families was a relatively happy part of his life. But now, in front of the cold ambition of the Federation government and the cold shadow of Pabre and Li Jiedu, it seemed that they had no choice but to fight together. "Is there a way to solve this?" he asked. "There is no way," Zhong Huiyan replied. Let's see if Lady Tai has any countermeasures. Also, if you are the crown prince of the empire now, you might be able to hold on for a while with a few thousand warships. Su Lu was silent for a long time before saying, if your plan doesn't work and we still end up here, then I'll do it my own way. How? Kill Pabre and Li Jiedu, going back again. Brother, why are you so stubborn? I've always been a stubborn person. The eyelashes covering her white and delicate skin trembled slightly. Zhong Huiyan, who was lying on the bed, had a pale face. Her lips were tightly pursed, and she appeared to be in extreme pain. Her small hand hanging by her side tightly grasped Su Li's hand, unwilling to let go for even a moment. The sharp alloy spike slowly retracted from the skin on the back of her neck. Because the wound was very small, not a single drop of blood seeped out. However, the bioelectric current released by the chip impacted her nerves, causing her to be in so much pain that she was about to faint. The surface of the metal bracelet was closed like flowing mercury, and the star-like chips were all blocked out. Su Lu held the girl in his arms and gently stroked her back. He comforted her. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. In the whole world, other than Feng Yu, he was the only one who had experienced the pain of replacing or installing the identity chip. He knew how unbearable it was. It doesn't hurt when you hold my hand. Zhong Huiyan opened her eyes and looked at him with difficulty. When she spoke, her tender lips showed traces of blood from biting her teeth. If you want to become the little princess of the Zhong family again, it's worth the pain. Su Lu smiled and comforted her. Zhong Huiyan tiredly blinked her eyes and said, without the chip on the back of my neck, I'm still the little princess of the Zhong family. No, the princess of the Zhong family. At this time, a slender mechanical arm came in front of the two with a whoosh. Philip said angrily, if you want to flirt, why don't you change the time? I say, can you two hurry up? That piece of scrap metal has been staring at my ship for a long time. I finally found a spot in the light, so don't miss it. Zhong Huiyan's face was pale. She stared at the probe and said mockingly, nonsense! You let your ship arrogantly break into the Federation and can be seen with the naked eye. Do you think that the charter computer can't find you? I don't care whether that piece of scrap metal can find me or not. I just want to let the little staff of the Bureau of Proclamation at the checkpoint see. The slender mechanical arm shook angrily. Philip arrogantly announced, I'm back. Su Lu was too lazy to pay attention to this mechanical life that had watched too many gangster movies. He looked at Zhong Huiyan and asked solemnly, are you ready? Zhong Huiyan nodded vigorously. A few minutes later, under the light of the glory of the charter, the black broken spaceship that looked like a mountain of garbage suddenly exploded violently. The broken spaceship was blown into two pieces. One of the pieces flew at high speed and then exploded again at a certain place, exploding into a beautiful meteor shower. Like fireworks, it flew towards the West Woods. The 8th day ended. There is an author called Qin Lu who is hospitalized due to cerebral hemorrhage. Although I don't know her, I sincerely wish her a speedy recovery.